If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 9th of May 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Caulfield. Now, Caulfield is in Victoria. It's a triangle-shaped track. The last finishing mile is about 360 meters approximately. And we are going to be on Caulfield, so we are going to be using the main track of Caulfield. We've got 9 races here today. It's a Saturday. This track generally offers approximately about 30% on the odds. So if there are 10 races, out of which 3 of the favorites generally makes it to the home, rest everything is something that you have to navigate with, and we will try and see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand. And we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out or we highlight those things. And that's more or less what we do. So we are with the first one here, which is going to be the first one today here is 1100 meter open race, 2-year-olds. We'll take a market snapshot and see what's going on. Four, 5, 8, 9, 10, 15, all scratched. So 4 is scratched. 5 is scratched already. 8, 9 has been scratched. 10 has been scratched. 15. Four, 5, 8, 9, 10, and 15 all scratched. We'll quickly take a look at the gate numbers. So number 1 is from gate number 2, which is right. 2 is from gate number 14, which is right. 3 is from gate number 8, which is right. 6 is from gate number 7, which is also right. 7 is from gate number 4, which is okay. 11 is from gate number 5. 12, 13, 6, 14, 11. Okay, so we'll see 12, 1, 7, and 3. So that 12 is the favorite. Now, this is the first one, which is an open race. The thing is, these two are absolutely identical horses, and it is the first time they're going to be racing, and this we can't find the load value because they haven't raced. But that 12 is the favorite. Is it a good horse? Um, it has certain advantages, but it also has certain disadvantages. But if we actually try and figure out what's going on, so I think the 7 has more the 7 has more advantage than the 12, but the upside and downsides are there. So the 7 is a colt. These horses are all colts, and whether they will run, that's $1 million question, because problem with the colts is this, that they don't run if they do not find the jock to be friendly. But that's more or less where it stands. But so the 7 and the 3, these are like a constant pair. Okay, so is 2. I mean, this one as well. So let me just figure out here. 32, 32. These two are allowed. That's where they stand. Okay. So all that is there. The thing is the 3, which is the linear. Okay, the 3, which is the linear, has everything to win. Has everything to win. It has the body weight. It has the right numbers in place. It is not getting into negative. The fix versus the effect is absolutely on the right spot. All that is good, but the problem is they're like 75% bleeding on this horse, so their decisions are going to be hasty, and that's where this horse gets into a tricky position. So this is probably going to get a place, and it's a high pressure horse, so that, which essentially means that that it is there in some place. This one, the 1 is getting into negative. So that's that part of the story. But I think 7 has more advantage. But having said that, it is a colt. If it doesn't run, it doesn't run. This is the problem. This is a filly, which is the same structure, but the effect drops because of the factors which are involved. So these two are identical horses. 11 and 12 are absolutely identical horses. The difference would be 5 and 3, the gate numbers. The 7 has the advantage, but it is a colt, and whether it will run, that's a big question. If we have to do this rightly, probably 7, 3. Then one of these horses, 11, 12, one of these horses are going to be there. Which one? It's very difficult to figure out because they're kind of very identical horses. There's practically no difference apart from the jocks. So that's that part of the story and the gate numbers. So there's no nothing, and then finally probably it'll drop on 1. So if that happens, and if it doesn't get nailed by somebody else, like the 2, or something else happens, uh, anything can happen. So we'll see how that works, but I think 7 has an upper hand. Jimmy, welcome back, my friend. Cliffy, welcome back, my friend Cliffy. All good, Cliffy, all good. Let's see the first one, if that works. The 7. The ground reading is probably soft. I'm not going to get into the first one. I think it's better that we take a look at what's the ground is behaving like. But this thing is not going to prove anything how the ground is behaving, because it's like there's nothing that we can actually compare. A few things that are very, very it's that the 3 probably is not winning, even if it is a linear and having everything in place. They're like 75% bleeding on this horse, so God knows how they're going to handle, but it is going to get a place, that's for sure. And the 12 is the favorite, which is here, which is a 56, because it's a filly. And let's see. Great to see you too, Cliffy. Thank you for being here. And today we are going to be having the feed, because we are in Victoria, so we have the feed. We'll see how that works. I'm having a little difficulty talking today because I don't know, there's some kind of a pain. I have a little, I've been, I mean, the weather is changing here. It has been raining, and then suddenly the sun comes out at 38 degrees, 39 degrees. So I think I've got that kind of a cold cough kind of a thing. So there's a little pain in my throat. So probably I'll be talking less, a little less. Should be a good day. I don't know. Let's see. I mean, today the thing is, when I was preparing the races, okay, there's a few things that kind of um, struck me is probably today is things are not exactly how they look like. We'll see how it works. I mean, I mean, this one is both of them are of no help. The first one is a 1100-meter 2-year-old open race. This is of no help. This one is a 2000-meter benchmark 78, which is also of no help because of the distance. The one that is going to be of a little help is this one, the third one. If this one falls right, then probably we will have a little direction. Yeah, 2000-meter is very abrupt. That distance is kind of difficult to figure out what happens there. I'll if we get better. It's just the weather. I think it is because of the weather, and my my wife got something which is like uh, an iced tea. It's a pack of iced tea she's got, and I've had that also. So with a lot of ice and everything. So I think because of that, things have gone wrong. Okay, we are at the track.
Nice style of gelding. This
Paddock.
by written by, and I think he'll measure up. 3 starts across late spring and the summer for the two Copan Yang, who gets the services of Craig Williams ahead of its return. And was tested in some good races last time in, and I like the way that he jumped out. And having a look at him in the parade, he's looking as though he's certainly come on since that last campaign. The latest jump out was quite impressive at Cranbourne back on the 27th of April. Drawn out a little bit sticky, but does get Craig Williams in the saddle. Home affairs are going well. 3 shooting break. Made a decent enough debut at a price with market support on the heat. They just found the 1,000 metres a little too slick on that occasion, behind Rubare, who was up on speed. But this galloper from the Dom Sutton yard was making nice ground late through the field. So benefit of the run, going from 1,000 to the 1,100 metres. I do think this is a stronger contest, but he's a colt that's open to further improvement. The stable's going well. 4 and 5 is scratched. 6 King Karuna debuted in the Morningside size. And just found that 1,000-metre race that day a little bit too slick. He settled back in the field. It was a race really dominated by the Speed Machine, who was the leader and favourite in that contest. And given the way that he worked to the line, you'd imagine there is some improvement to come stepping up in trip. But I'm also of the opinion that it probably will be better even when he gets to 1,200 metres and beyond. So this race just might also be a little bit too slick for him. First of 4 debutants is the 7 Truant, 170,000 out of the English Premier Sale. And he's a half to Atlantic Spirit, who was good here for Tom Conlon and was placed at Ascot on Wednesday night by Neville Parner. I love the latest jump out at Werribee, and Mark Zara rode on that occasion, and he's in the saddle again today. So I think that's great when a jockey can get a feel, especially a rider of Mark's sort of quality. He would have been impressed, I'd imagine, with the jump out, and then said, I want to ride that horse when it goes to the races. And not at all surprised, there'd been market support for him here, 8 into $6.50 now. A number of his trials and jump outs have been on better ground than what he faces here, so that is a little unknown, as it is for the majority of the field. But he couldn't have done much more. He chased sort of a good leader, and he might sort of map to get a similar run in this jump out, or in this race, given the way he's drawn alongside the favourite. Truant is 8 into 650 on the VOP. The first of the fillies we look at with 8, 9 and 10 or scratched is the debutant 11, Miss Graff. Her 4th dam is Special Harmony, who won 1,000 guineas here. And both of her jump outs have been encouraging, and the Moody Coleman team are one stable in Victoria that aren't the easiest to get a read on their trials. They can trial as though they look a little sluggish or lethargic, and then they come out on race day and look outstanding, and sometimes they look flashy and don't run as well. But for a horse at $16, she didn't do a lot wrong. So clearly she's lacking experience compared to some of the others, but she looks in good order. The Home Affairs filly is the 12 Natural Fling. She was the 17th lot of the Magic Millions Gold Coast sale last year, 550,000 the cost. She's the second foal for a half sister of the Victoria Derby winner, 5.5 star. Even though that is a lot of money to pay for a horse, purchase at that time, you'd be pretty pleased with what you've seen from the jump out so far. You'd be thinking you're heading in the right direction, because she looks extremely sharp. Like, she's only had 2 public trials, and on 2 occasions she bounced out. She settled near the lead, and then when the sort of rider on both occasions asked her to quicken, she quickened well without what appearing to be getting to a top. So they're just really good signs for a 2-year-old. You'd imagine from that draw she's going to be put into the race. I think she's got enough speed to either lead or sit outside the leader. Now, the question mark, if there is one, is she going to handle a soft 7 track? Well, it's difficult to answer at this point in time, but the fact that Connections have been happy to come here knowing what the conditions are, I think that gives you a little bit of confidence.
13 Shin Sienna saw a soft track here on debut in the Mercer Cooper.
And that was a good form race, even though this filly was beaten a long way. She now comes back for a second preparation. She's had 3 jump outs at Flemington to be fit for this. She hasn't looked as flashy as some of the others, and that's the reason why you're getting $41. But for a horse that was tested on a good stakes race on debut, you could do a lot worse.
14, The Destroyer, daughter of Tassort, picked up by Lloyd Kennywell in Group 1 Bloodstock for $10,000 out of the 2024 Magic Millions Gold Coast National Weanling Sale. Her 4th dam has ties to this place as well. Midnight Fever, she did the Hayasugi and won all the blue diamonds there is.
She won a jump out on heavy ground, albeit over 650 metres, and the latest trial wasn't that bad either, where she was getting to the line here on the Heath track over 850 metres. So a big price for a horse that is coming to the races at its first start, and there's still a lot of unknowns here.
Prince Tycoon last year for Busset and Young. Tropicus 2 years ago, of course, before returning to this track to win an Oakley plate. The common denominator of both those wins was jockey Daniel Moore. Zed, your thoughts on the Sportsbet feed handicap?
I'm going to tip Natural Fling. She's short enough at 220 for me not to want to back her just yet. I'm petrified of what Jarbadar could do. Like, he was very impressive at Wagga. Truant trialled nice, and even Ko Feng Yang actually jumped out quite well. So, favourite on top, I think she's very sharp. I would have loved to have backed her on a dry track. Just being on a soft 7 is what is holding me back from charging in at that price, but she looks as though she's the most likely winner of this race. 12 to beat 1, 7 and 2.
Well, the punters do agree with you, BZ, but she's just a little bit easy here in the market. Natural Fling has looked to have jumped out really well, shows a lot of natural speed. So clearly the one to beat, 220 at the top of betting with sports bet in from the $3.50. Jardabar's a very interesting runner. It was dominant winner there at Wagga. So $7.50 to $4.80 now. Truant, $6.50. Shooting Break at $7.50. And Ko Fang Nam brings that Unit 5 form from last preparation is at $12. And King Karuna probably had some excuses as to its performance last start and can hit back $16. But Natural Fling, the one they've got to beat here with the 2-year-olds in the first. 220 favourite with sports bet. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
So 4 minutes out here from the start of race number 1. Horses heading towards the start. Track downgraded to a soft 7 at around 10 a.m. with some drizzling rain here across Melbourne and at Caulfield, just sitting on the top of the surface. Well, a lot of anticipation and excitement with these juveniles, a number of them having their first run. Some have trialled particularly well. Some have already been to the races, including Jarbadar. And let's hear from Craig Widdowson, who's brought this horse down from the northern part of Victoria.
Craig Widdowson joins us. Great to see Jarbadar here to contest this opening event for the 2-year-olds over 1,100 metres. Give us a bit of the backstory of how he came into your care, Craig, given he was just south of that $250,000 reserve when they put him up at the Magic Millions Gold Coast sale.
I did ask the owner the exact same question, how I come into the mix, but no, Scott's from Wagga, so watches the local racing pretty closely. He's got a couple with me, and yeah, just it was out of the blue, but yeah, geez, I'm glad he did.
How's he handled the trip down the Hume to here?
Yeah, good as gold. He's not too bad. He can get a bit bouncy in the mountain yard and that as a rule, but no, he sort of seems to be getting better every time, so no dramas.
Soft ground?
Don't know. The full brother did handle it okay, so fingers crossed there, but yeah, not sure.
Guessing game for most, I imagine. What of the conversation with Jason and the learnings that came from the debut?
We were sort of surprised he sort of had enough total lead there at Wagga, but he's just been a little bit slow out of the gates every time, but he's improving that way, so hopefully he can improve again and we'll be positive again today.
Good luck.
Thanks.
You don't see them win much easier than what Jarbadar did at his first start, and while it's tough to understand the depth of that contest, he was 175 into 135 in the betting, and there was a lot of confidence about it, and he matched up to that confidence. He was basically throttled down with 200 metres to go. He had his ears pricked going past the post, and he still managed to win by 3.5 lengths. And he's obviously taking on a lot stronger opposition in this race, but punters are giving him a good chance, putting him on the second line of betting. And the favourite, Natural Fling, did reach 220. That will be the top mark, but punters have been happy enough to now to take the price. 215, 210, now down to 205. And well, Harry Coffey's got a terrific strike rate for the McAvoy team, going at 23 wins from his last 100 rides. The stable's going really well. They've got an arsenal of young horses that they've been rolling out over the past couple of weeks, and not many have trialled as well as this filly by Home and Affairs. And she's out of a mare called the Natural, and she looks exactly that herself, a natural running type. What you like with 2-year-olds that can show speed, look as though there's some strength there, and hopefully she can make a positive start to her race career, because she's the most popular horse in betting in this contest. And punters have been happy to take the price, Nigel, now down to 205.
The mizzle continues, Zed. There's not much to it, but it's just persistent, and you can't imagine we'll be seeing this track bounce back in any way, shape or form. I don't think there's any probably 7, and it'll be staying at 7, but we'll get the rider's assessment of the rail at 12 metres at freshish ground.
Look, we don't have a huge amount of numbers in terms of the depth of these fields today, so while the rail being out that far, it doesn't come much further. There's still plenty of track. It's not as though it makes it that tight for racing, but I think they'll be sort of sticking towards the inside early, and they may just edge off throughout the afternoon. Some damages occurred to the meeting, but good push here for the favourite. But an interesting race with a number of horses coming from different angles.
Fling has flirted with being an even money favourite on debut for the Sportsbet Feed Handicapping to commence Caulfield Saturday.
Another one.
Great Nige. So there's a little bit of sun trying to peek through here. It's been a misty morning. At times it's been tough to see the back straight with the mizzle, as you called it. But just trying to clear up here for this first race as we start on a soft 7 for those just joining us. A downgrade coming through before the first. Philosopher comes out of race number 6 as a result. Now they're moving up. Natural Fling goes in. Kopangan waits its turn, with also King Karuna in the stores. Shooting Breakers in. Shin Sienna is about to join the line. So Natural Fling, you're getting 205, 210 with the bookmakers, but you're getting a bit better pari-mutual at $2.40 with Jabba who's eased out to $6. Craig Widdowson bringing this galloper from Wodonga. 2 to get set. Shin Sienna is about to load away, and that will leave Kopangan. First event, 1,100 metres for the youngsters. Kopangan just wanting to back away at the last moment.
Gate, welcome back, Gate.
Pretty well. The provincials
671.
standing patiently. Kopangan goes in, and the field set. Favourite in the white jacket towards the inside. This takes it back and away. A Natural Fling on the inside jumped away really well with Kopangan the outside, and also Miss Graff, and Jabba is starting to drive up on the inside too. Natural Fling is the leader from Jabba, Miss Graff 2 lengths, Truant King Karuna. Kopangan is drifting towards centre field, and they were followed next by Shin Sienna, who's fired up on the fence. Shooting break between horses, and the Destroyer is at the end of the field. So the favourite led. Natural Fling, 600 metres to go. By a length, Jabba, a length and a half away, Miss Graff and Truant, then King Karuna. Further back is Kopangan. Shin Sienna, Shooting Break as well back, with also the Destroyer as they run the turn. 400 metres to go. Natural Fling in front. A comfortable leader here. 2 lengths, Jabba, Miss Graff, Truant, King Karuna. Then Kopangan and Shin Sienna. So the leader, Natural Fling, showed its head at the 200 metres. Glides a good 2.5, 3 lengths, Jabba. Then came Miss Graff and King Karuna, but it's all Natural Fling. We've unearthed a nice one here. Natural
12.
Fling to the line. Has won it really well from Jabba.
12-1-3.
Shooting break. Then Miss Graff, King Karuna again. Kopangan, Shin Sienna, Truant, and the Destroyer.
12-1,
Supported on
11.
debut, and Natural Fling for Harry Coffey and Team McAvoy takes out the first at Caulfield, showing some really impressive.
Twelve, 1, 3, 11. So the 7 did not run. It is a colt. They were identical. 12, 1, 3, and 11. The 7 did not run. So is that what that it is? Or I don't know. We'll go to the next. Four, 8, 11, and 15 all scratched. 4, 8, 11, and 15 all scratched. 13, 9, 5, and 6. See, the 13 is the favorite, okay? Now, the problems with this thing is like this. So, this is a 4-step down. I mean, drop in class, okay? But what is happening is if we look from the top, wherever we have a little bit of thing going on, so this is where it starts, but that's a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 11. To match that, it has a support line on this 62, which is from gate number 12, which is a drop. Okay, then this becomes high, this becomes low. Then this becomes high. Either of those. Okay. So that's one way of looking at it. But the other way is this, that the 6, which is on top here, is a 6-year-old gilding from gate number 11. So it's here what happened is something that I don't understand. But it was a maiden race, and that is something that happened. But what also happened is this, that this horse actually got into the second position. Ideally 3 should have been there, but the 3 had a problem with their management that did not get through. So it was here. Okay. Now that's not the only problem. The other problem is this, that 7 was being ridden by Zahara. And if you remember the other day, when we were doing this, I can pull it up and we'll take a look at what Warwick Farm was behaving like. So this one was JMac. Okay, this one was JMac. Now this thing came in third. Okay, this thing came in third. It did not win. We had a pretty much clear understanding on the 2 which actually went through. That happened. Here, the 7 won. Okay, 7 was not. 7 was not with JMac. JMac was riding this one, the 5, which did not happen. So what I think is we will get a much clearer picture once we have done this thing for some of the other tracks with these jocks. So what I seriously think is whenever they are given, where the apprentice jocks or the other jocks are excelling is when these people are reduced in weight. Okay, when these people are reduced in weight, like for JMac, the moment they fix it with JMac, so this fix is basically how the jocks are being what is the load value on the jock. We have it here also. That's a little different way of doing. This is exactly taken from there on how much are they losing. Okay, so for example, if JMac is riding this horse, so JMac has either an allowance or JMac has an increment on weight because JMac is riding. So whenever that happens, I think there is a thing that is going wrong. So wherever that is going wrong, we will see. Like here, 7 was the favorite. JMac was riding. Again, the same scene. That did not happen. However, the 10 actually went through. So we'll see how that, how that talking is being done. So now the problem here. This problem is like this, that this is okay. But that probably is, from gate number 11, a 6-year-old gelding is pretty much a death trap that I can tell you. What is good about this is the largest drift. So if the linear is not in a position to win, the drifts generally do. But the linear here is 58. It has no reason for not to win because it is not getting into negative. All right, it is one of the top talks, which means that it is a performing horse. Now, what might go wrong here? So this is going to be a 2000 meter. So up till 2000 meters, the linears, they do win. There's no problem for the linears to win up till 2000 meters unless they get into negatives and all those other variables come into picture. So linears do not have an issue up till 2000 meters to win. So that's the right odd. But at the same time, what is wrong is the match. Okay, so the match is a weird match. This one is a 12, which is from gate number 12. 7, 39, 8.5. I mean, if you look at the drop versus this is a 5.5, this is 8, that is not happening. So they have taken the 3, which is, those are like 8 steps drop. 4, 3 is from gate number 14. This one is gate number 8, 7, which probably will come in. This is the highest resistance. So that's the highest resistance. And 13 is the favorite. 7, 5, 9, 60, 61. Gate number 9, 58.51, 4. What will you do there? Those are like 7-year-old gildings, and this one is a 5-year-old gilding from gate number 12. It would have been a nice one if this thing and this thing worked, but that's a very scary kind of a thing that probably is not going to work. That probably is not going to work. The 6 and the 12. That's an 8-step drop. And that's a 62, which became 54. The leverage is below 15%. I don't have that kind of courage to, though it is high. If this was at least 15%, you get a courage. No, it is on the right shape. But that's not the thing. Everything else is wrong, so that's the thing. Okay, this 2.5 is not doing well, so that's a 4-year-old gilding which is not doing well. It's losing weight rapidly. There's nothing that we can talk about, but that's a 60. Okay, that's a 60, and there is a little bit of leverage here, 3. So that's 3, 5, 60. But the fix is very high, which scares. This one is the right fix, which is okay. But that's like gate number 11. So that probably is bad idea. This one is the same thing. The fix drops, so there's nothing on that. Probably it is going to run neutral. The 9. Very difficult to believe what it will do. From gate number 15. 13 is in the right spot today, that's all. But will it win is again a question that probably will get an answer once the races are over. But like this 62 drops to 6% on the leverage, and probably the jockey has never ridden here, so there is no hope on this 62. This 62 is a pair with the 6. Okay, the 6, if that knocks in, then that'll work as a high pressure, and this will work as a low pressure. That is one possibility of looking at it, but that's a very risky proposition for actual execution. Why? Because that's a 6-year-old gilding from gate number 11. Whether this will be able to do that is something that I don't know. With zero pressure, that becomes a problem. So yeah, 13 has the arrangement. 13 has the arrangement. But will it work is another question. Will it work is another question. Like 52, this is also 26, this is also 26, this becomes gate number 9. And this, but the fix is on a higher side. So I don't know today how the track is going to work, because that's exactly what I aimed to understand, how the track works. But that was an open race for 2-year-olds, and we did not get a clue of what happened in there. This one is again a useless thing, but my point is very simple. A very high fix is a problem. Okay, a very high fix or a very low fix is a problem. It has to be something in between. There is no fix, it is 4 steps down. So will it work? Probably, because the rest of the things are in a dicey position. Because rest of them are in a dicey position. They are very wide gates, or they are with a very high fix. So today is the day when we will be able to see if this thing works here, because this is something that I hope to see that they work, and in that case we will have a little better understanding. But that's a 2000 meter, we will see. I'm not going to get into it.
3, there's not a lot of pace in this race, so maybe Molly Burke can sort of get him out of the barriers. And at $27, he's not the worst chance in this race. We did see the first winner sort of lead throughout and win. I know that was a pretty sharp 2-year-old, but I don't think there's any need to get away from the inside just yet.
Molly Burke was aboard the 3 Cadogan for its Australian debut on Anzac Day at Flemington. He gets a couple of gear changes. One's the blinkers, the other is Zara.
And I think a key point too is also getting onto a track that's got some give in it. So he's a lightly raced import that had trialled really well prior to his Australian debut at Flemington on Anzac Day, and he didn't make much of an impression there. But the track was, a firm good 3, and maybe it was just a surface that didn't allow him to stretch out. He's up and about today, and he's got the blinkers on. The booking of Mark Zara signals sort of a lot of intent, and he's been heavily back from basically $23 now down to as short as $10. He's in my numbers. It's hard to read off his last run, but I think he's the big improver in this race.
4 Extra Rush comes out after running 7th in Thursday's Warrnambool Cup. 5 Dreams Come True comes back to Victoria. She began her prep as part of Price Kent's Sydney operation.
I like this mare. I've got her on top in this race. I think she's been underrated by the betting. She loves soft ground, which she gets today. She's had 2 nice runs up in Sydney. Her first up effort, she was narrowly beat behind Fiddler's Green, who then beat her again at her next start. And she just got a little bit lost there at Warwick Farms, second up 1600. I like the platform for her now. Third up 2100. Soft ground. She brings some different form lines, and some of her efforts in Victoria last preparation suggest she's more than good enough to win here.
Can you say that there's a similar platform for the 6 Hurricane, who also is third up and also enjoys soft?
And it's the first time we've seen him at a staying trip for basically now 2 preparations, because he never got beyond 1800 and he just was going no good at all last campaign. But the horse seems to be on the improve. Nick Ryan's stable is flying, so if he didn't mind his last run, there could be some improvement to come here.
Run 7 of Prep 2 for the 7 Cursor, who views 2000 for the first time.
Well, it comes out of the same race as Hurricane and also Cadogan, and finished in between those 2 horses.
I don't know.
He's been a gelding that's
Jimmy.
Promised a lot. Probably hasn't got to the heights just yet, but he's still only really in his 2nd preparation, and he's a stayer that's building a handy enough record. He was comfortably beaten there last start. He gets onto a wet track for the first time in his career. Maybe that's something you would love.
8 Moral, another who went around in the Warrnambool Cup. 9 Bold Strikes, won its past couple of this distance at Ballarat.
Since he's got to 2,000 metres, it seems to have unlocked Bold Strike, and it was a gelding by 2 darn hot that was showing a fair bit of dash at shorter trips, so you can see why they resisted the urge to step him up too quickly. But he bolted in at Ballarat last start. This is a stronger race, and he does go from a dry track onto a soft track, but you'd be brave to say that he couldn't win again here.
Change of tactics for the 10 Almirac to be more forward.
Has had a jump out since its last run, and maybe that's an indication that he was just lacking sort of required fitness, and wasn't a bad trial. He's been well supported at big price, like $21 down to 13. Some punters out there are keen to be with him.
11 is Scratching. 12 is Powerful Talk, who's been thereabouts through the recent runs.
He's been competitive in easier races. His edge here is he can potentially go forward, and I think the booking of Meach also sort of signals that. They've found a rider that likes the lead, and there's just not a lot of pace in this race, so he could find the front at a big price.
13 is Semerg, who ran a terrific race and was closing in really emphatic fashion on Australian debut at Pakenham.
So lightly raced import, who's only had 4 career starts. His Australian debut was an eye-catching run, albeit in a softer race than what he faces here. And he sat back in what was a slowly run race, and he still had a lot of energy and then was able to sprint to the line. The difference today is now he's up against stronger opposition, he's up in distance, and he's getting onto a track that's got a lot more given it. They could be all things that he really appreciates. And, the booking of Craig Williams, he gets down in the weights of 54 kilos. I think he's a hope in the race, but I think he's way too short. I think there's been a huge overreaction to the finish of his last start on a soft run race, and I think this is a much stronger test.
14 War Chime is priced accordingly, given it's been behind the likes of Powerful Talk and Bold Strike in recent.
He would be better placed in something easier than this. He potentially can settle in a nice spot from that inside draw, but this is a lot stronger contest.
Success for My Racehorse and Price Kent last year in this with Wonder Kid for Bo Mertens at a $26 quote. He saw off Preferential and Golden State Warrior. Both those respective entities have a representation here. Bold Strike for My Racehorse, and as mentioned, Price Kent have got Dreams Come True. Dreams Come True is your on-top selection.
I think she's been underrated by the betting here. I like the platform for her coming to this race third up. I'm happy to back her at double figures, and also had something on Cadigan, who's now firmed into $9. Respecting the 13, I think it's rock bottom odds now at $2.30 in Samur. You may see Craig Williams be more proactive on this horse going at 2,000 metres, but I didn't think there was a lot of meat left on the bone at that price. 5 to beat 13, 3 and 9. I've backed the 5 and the 3.
So for those that have backed it, that probably will, I suppose, be music to your ears. 230 is short enough, though. Looks to have found its mark. Bold Strike on the second line of betting, $5.50. Cardigan there at $8.50. There's been sharp support for the 6. Hurricane, take note of that, $15 into $9. Dreams Come True looks ready to win as well at $11. First at $12. Some specking for the 10. Almerac at $14. But the best back clearly here in race number 2 is the 13 Samur for the Hayes Camp, $5 into $2.35. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
We're going to learn a little bit more about the well-supported favourite in Samur as more money arrives for Cadigan. So it's into $7.50 with the official price fluctuations. Good push for the 3 from the McAvoy team. Heading down towards the start there, he's a little bit keen. Samur, we're going to hear from Ben Hayes, one of the Hayes boys, who runs the Lindsay Park operation.
Samur stepping out for the second time on Australian soil. Ben Hayes joins us. What would you have given the Pakenham run out of 10?
Oh, very pleased. He got further back. His work through the line was excellent, and he was very strong and was running over a trip that we thought would be on the short side for him. So it was good to see him show a good turn of foot.
What about soft ground for him?
Look, he's seen soft ground overseas, and we did trial him on a bottomless heavy 10 he didn't love, but I think a soft 7 is very different to bottomless heavy 10 at Werribee. So that is a little query, but he's got a lovely big action, good attitude, and he'll love the 2000. So we're looking forward to seeing how he goes.
He should love Willow, who's got an uncanny knack of getting them just to settle a couple of pairs a little bit closer. Is that what you're anticipating?
Oh, I think naturally going from a mile to 2000, and with our barrier, we should be naturally settling closer, but knowing Willow will be hopefully in a good midfield position and within striking range. But the whole key is to have him as close as he can without driving him out.
All the best.
Thank you.
So while Samur is favourite at $2.40, the best back runner in this race is the 3 Cadigan, now into $6. So $23 was bet prior to deductions with a couple of scratchings. Blinkers go on, Mark Zara on. And on the official fluctuations, it's been 14 in, now into 550, and just continues to firm. So if you're looking for a market push and a market mover, it's the 3 Cadigan from the McAvoy stable. Didn't do a lot at its Australian debut, but there were excuses there. Dry track, went back from a white gate. Softer ground, blinkers on, Mark Zara on. Punters are charging into this, and this has been a big go. So race 2, number 3, Cadigan has been the market mover here ahead of race number 2 at Caulfield. Shouldn't be too far from having the field loaded into the barriers. Here's Matt Hill.
All right, BZ, thank you. So this is interesting, very early. You could have got around about $23, I think, earlier in the week, Cadigan number 3. So this is a very interesting move with Samur easing out to $2.45 as they move up. There's Regal Lion going into the stores. As the sun stays out here for the time being, which is good news. Headwind for them in the home straight. Cadigan going into the gates. We await on Samur, Hurricane, also Powerful Talk, Curset, Bold Strike and Elmerac. Elmerac to sit further forward if circumstances permit. A tactics change. Bold Strike, Jamie Mott plus a half. Now Powerful Talk going in. Samurga's forwards. Here's Curset. Elmerac and Bold Strike the final 2. Elmerac goes in. And Bold Strike the final 1. Pretty relaxed coming into the gates. The Thank You Lyndon Timms celebrating 58 years of service. From Judge and Administrator Lyndon Timms, race number 2 on the program. The field is set and away they go. And Regal Lion from barrier number 3 jumped away moderately and brisked back towards the end. Powerful Talk, Hurricane began well. There's a wall of them. Some burgers in there. War Chime up on the inside as well. Powerful Talk is going to cross over and lead War Chime, Submerg, Hurricane, and then Elmarac out wider in the pink sleeves and Cat. Behind those horses then on the inside is For Now, and then came Cadigan. Two further back in the field, Bold Strike, and then Cursed Dreams Come True, and Regal Lion last up the hill at the 1350. Powerful Talk is the leader by a couple, Hurricane and War Chime. Elmarac's just posted a little bit wide, just looking for a couple of gaps to slot into. So forces up around them at the 1200 metres, about a length and a half away. Submerg watching that unfold. 2 lengths away For Now, and then came Cadigan. About a length and 3/4 Cursed, Bold Strike, 2.5 Dreams Come True, and Regal Lion last as the field spreads at the 1,000. Powerful Talk the leader, 3/4 of a length in front of Elmarac, and then 2 lengths to Hurricane third. A length War Chime next the inside. Submerg has had a nice sit at the 850 to the railway side. Cadigan's on its back 2 lengths away. Then For Now again, Bold Strike, Cursed Dreams Come True, and Regal Lion. So 800 metres to go. Powerful Talk is trying to slacken from Elmarac. Hurricane is right there, a length and a half away third. Submerg getting a bit closer, about 4 off the lead. Under pressure, War Chime. Cadigan is next midfield, about 6 off the lead. Further back For Now, Bold Strike trying to get going from Dreams Come True. Regal Lion wide a long way back, and then Cursed. Elmarac up to Powerful Talk, up to the corner of the 400. Hurricane 3/4 of a length away is trying to join in. Then came Submerg, now shown its head. It's still 2 or 3 off them. And then Cadigan, who's drifting back towards the inside. So it's Elmarac at the 200 metres, about a length and a half in front. Submerg down the middle is coming home. Then came Cadigan. Submerg up to Elmarac. Bold Strike is running on with Cadigan. But Submerg, 50 metres to go, comes away and is going to salute the judge in the thank you, Lyndon Timms.
13, 10, 9.
Second from Bold Strike, Cadigan. Then Hurricane, Powerful Talk, Dreams Come True. Okay, Regal Lion, Cursed For Now.
13,
and
10,
Tail
9,
War
and 3.
Chime.
He was heavily supported and some.
So that's where it works. So basically the higher fixes they did not get through. This were drop. This one did not get through. What happened to 6? 6 was from 9. Okay, 15, 10. Okay, let's go to next. Seven and 13 has been scratched. Two, 1, 6, 8. So the odds are right, okay? It matches. Like here, it was not matching. I did not know what to do with this. The high fixes are problems, so that did not happen. So this one is okay. Then here it is also okay. These horses should come in. Okay, these horses should come in, but that is exactly what needs to be tested here, whether they do have the stock today to carry this thing out. So ideally the odds are right. Seven, this is 58. The odds are right, but there's going to be a low pressure. This one. Yeah, that's right. The odds are right here. There is also this one is we were talking about these positions at Warwick, and these positions, how they will work and react is something that we will get to see. But I think 5 is a check. The 2 is the right odd, okay, but where is it going wrong? So let's understand here on these 4 horses. Okay, so this one is a 60, which has the opportunity. It's 4 steps down, and the leverage is above 15%, so there's a possibility this might work through because it is still a 60. Then that is that, which is the favorite. There's a 70% leverage on this horse. It's doing pretty neat, but what is happening is this thing is going negative. These are both 56, and this is a lower drop which is going to run as a neutral, which makes it a little difficult proposition to think of what this will do. But the 4 definitely is a check, and the 5 is also a check. This thing is a very challenging position, okay? This thing is a very challenging position. If this horse, can this horse win? So this is a winning position. But for that, this horse has to be amazing, okay? That I don't know whether it is. It is probably not the thing, but both of those are in challenging positions. So this one is negative. This one is a very high fix. It is the only horse which is challenging. And if we look through the drop, everybody else is a drop. This one is the only one which is there. apart from the 14, which is staying, but that's a 54 and it's a negative leverage. So that probably is not working. I don't know. We have also seen negative leverages getting through. So, but the point is this, that the 2 which we are talking about is like that. So whether that'll go through is something that I don't know. This one is also a very challenging position, which is good. Rest everybody is a drop. That 4 is a hope. It probably is a drop, and that's a low pressure horse, okay, over a 1600 meter. We'll see how that works, but you know the stakes. This thing is there. It is present. That's gate number 14. It looks good. It matches. Everything is okay on this horse, but that still is there. And that 5 and 4 both are checks. More than the 4, the 5 is a check. The 5 probably is something that we will get to see. Yeah, that's 2 favorites in a row. If this thing comes in, then it'll be the third one.
1,400 metres at Sandown, went forward, led from an inside draw and kicked away. The difference today is now got to go to 1,600 metres, and he's drawn out deep, and there's a bit of pressure underneath him, but it's hard to put a ceiling on a horse like that.
3, Azazel, the Geelong Classic winner during the spring resumes.
Very progressive 3-year-old who last campaign showed a lot of promise. He won a stakes race at start number 3. He was then tested in the Victoria Derby and didn't measure up there, but he profiles like a horse that'll be better when he does step up in trip deeper into the campaign. There's a nice progression for these late season 3-year-olds through the winter here in Melbourne, so just mindful that he might need the run.
In the Geelong Classic, Azazel beat horse 4, High Vol, who's got a run under the belt. It was when he was 7 lengths off Jet Smash.
You look at that run and he was quite underwhelming. We have seen better form from High Vol previously, but just on the evidence of what I saw first up, he's another that could be at a little bit of a crossroads. You'd like to see significant improvement here. He's not a horse that I could back even at the big price.
From a listed win in New Zealand at a mile to being a non-factor in Australasian Oaks, what do we think ahead of the second Australian start of the 5?
I think you've just got to put your sort of pen straight through that run in Adelaide, and you need to be sort of quite mindful of, it was only a couple of weeks back, a fortnight ago, and yes, it was a disappointing run, but this filly had some really serious form in New Zealand, and whether she just didn't travel across or she was having an off day, it's hard to put your finger on why she was so disappointing in that Group 1 in Adelaide, but they've backed her up quite quickly, and the market's giving her a much better chance today as well.
6, Cooley, up in trip, a winner at 1,400 at Pakenham 2 back before being third, but 9 lengths, as they all were, off Concord Connie.
Yeah, she was totally spaced by Concord Connie, and the conditions are very different today, getting onto a track that's got a little bit more give in it. The booking of Linda Mead, she's an on-speed mare, she's drawn out deep. I think she'll look to come across with Jet Smash, who has drawn to her outside. The end of it, testing 1,600 metres was the query that I had, but maybe that hard run last start will just toughen her up.
7 is a scratching. 8 is Rising Star, another former Kiwi. She caught the eye late at Pakenham on Australian debut.
It was a really good run because she settled off the pace in what was a fairly sedate tempo, and she was working to the line nicely, beaten by a horse that was there ready to win in Silver Bullet. You'd imagine there's only improvement to come. The step up in trip to 1,600 metres looks ideal. So I had a second pick in this race. I think she's a massive chance.
9, Gold Topaz resumes.
He showed a lot of promise last campaign. A colt like Gay Arthur got to 2,000 metres and then ran really well behind Different Gravy in a $400,000 Melbourne Classic here at the back end of the carnival. Another who profiles to be better suited when he does get to that 10 furlongs and beyond. So I think you'd be mindful that he's probably a little underdone here. It might be better with a run or two under the belt.
10, Hot Sand, having a look at 1,600 for the first time.
He comes through the up-and-coming Stars Series final, which is a pretty handy race worth $300,000. The test for him is he goes from 1,400 metres where he couldn't see that out, now goes to the mile. He should be nice and fit. Hopefully he can go forward, but I'll have to imagine it's a query whether he's as effective at this trip.
11, Himalayan collected its maiden in comfortable fashion at this distance at work.
This is my top selection, and this filly's been heavily back. She was $15 in early markets, and those prices were available for a few days, but in the past 24 hours, she's been well backed, and I think that's in recognition of how fast her win was at Werribee last time. Now, fast run races don't always sort of translate to just rising through the grades, but it does give you confidence that she can sustain a gallop and quicken off it. She smashed her rivals there at Werribee, and yes, this is a much harder contest, but I think she's a filly on the way up.
2 days later at Seymour, the 12, Tantania won its maiden.
It was a good win, only just got there right on the line. If you watched it live, you thought maybe she's finished second, but got the photo for those that were on her. She's another that you'd imagine would only improve given a pedigree by Adelaide, that when she does step up in trip, she'd be suited.
Crossover noseband, first time for the 14 Tillinger's Indy Rose.
Comes through the same race as Jet Smash and was beaten a long way there at Sandown the best part of 3.5 weeks ago. And on the evidence of that run, this filly's got a lot of ground to make up.
First and second will be ballot exempt from the Mahogany Series final. Tobin Brothers celebrating lives over 1,600 for the 3-year-olds. Mary Eliza last year for Moody Coleman. Shaw 2 years ago as part of a Quinella for Price Kent. You with Himalayan?
I thought this was one of the better each way sort of plays of the day at double figures. It's been heavily supported, now coming into a much shorter quote. So the value has been somewhat squeezed out of the price, but I still think she's a really good chance in this race. I think Rising Star runs well. Jet Smash will be very honest, and Cooling there in fourth. But I'm 11 to beat 8, 2 and 6. This has been a big go.
Certainly has. Yeah, the money's on here for Himalayan, who was put up $17. Was around $8, $9 only half an hour ago, and $5.50 now. So a huge push for it. Jet Smash still at the top of betting though, $4.80 into $4.20. There's been a bit of a spread of the smart money, 2, 11 and 6 Cooley for the Moody Coleman yards. Also seen some spec, and you can see $11 and $6.50 has been a market mover. Rising Star pretty solid around that $7 quote, was pretty good there at its first Australian start, last start $7. West of Swindon $8 double figure odds or better the rest. But Jet Smash, your favourite, only narrowly now from Himalayan, 20 there at the top. You win some, you lose more for free and confidential support. Call the number on the screen and visit the website.
Denny O'Brien seems to have a stable full of emerging 3-year-olds. We saw his filly Gold Coast Bell win the Bendigo Guineas last week. He's had a number of fillies that have gone through the grades. And Jet Smash, he hasn't got to the top level of stakes grade just yet, but he might be heading in that direction. Let's hear from Denny with Nigel on what he thinks of the chances here of Jet Smash.
Yeah, thank you, BZ. 1,600 for Jet Smash. Draw making it a little bit stickier for Billy.
Yeah, possibly. He's got good gate speed, so it looks like there's a couple inside him that'll roll forward with him, so hopefully it's not too complicated.
Where's he at in regards to fitness?
Really fit. Yeah, he's had the 3 runs this time in, so we thought he was probably more impressive at the 1,400 than he had been at the 1,200. He's always just sort of been at his top most of the way in those shorter course races, whereas he travelled a lot kinder for us on the 1,400 tempo and spread it hard at the end, so it was worth having a look at the mile.
Imagine that packing and win 2 back gives you a fair bit of confidence about handling this 7.
Yes, he's one on the soft, so that's certainly no problem for him.
Good luck.
Thanks.
There's the thoughts of Denny O'Brien, the trainer of number 2 in Jet Smash, who seems to be fairly confident that 1,600 metres will be ideal, and punters have it as the one to beat, currently $4.20, and is your favourite. But the best backed runner in this event being the 11 in Himalayan. If you take a sort of look back at the betting through the entire week, as much as sort of $15, $16 was bet, not many deductions in this market now into as short as $6 off a really strong win at Werribee last time out. Just seeing a minor gear adjustment with one of the runners, which is horse number 12 in Tartania, who was a good winner at Seymour and Maiden 2 weeks ago on a Sunday for Chris Caulfield, getting up in the final stride over the 13. And the way she finished off there, the mile looks very suitable for her. So punters seem to be zoning in on 2 horses, Jet Smash and also the 11 in Himalayan, and one they've been happy to be against is the 1 in West of Swindon, who's done nothing but drift, now out to $8.50. Coming off some strong runs in Sydney in harder grade. Punters here thinking there's some emerging types that might be more progressive and can get the better of it in the circumstances here this afternoon. But we've seen 2 favourites win so far today. The Natural Fling was able to win the opening race for the McAvoy team, and Samur was very impressive for the Lindsay Park stable at the 2nd Australian start. Settled in a lovely position early from guidance of Craig Williams and roared over the top of its opposition late. So punters have been well and truly on top here at Caulfield, and we might take the opportunity now to head to Matt Hill ahead of race number 3.
Terrific, BZ. The third, the Tobin Brothers celebrating live. Some nice horses engaged here. Jet Smash, who was impressive on Sandown Lakeside. Like the turn of foot, they didn't go hard, but he certainly controlled it. Was a good victor on that occasion. Drawn awkwardly. Himalayan's the interesting horse. Called that race at Werribee in a 3-year-old maiden, 1,600. Beat a lot, but it was the way she did it. It was comprehensive. So going in here, there's Azazel. Now, Zazel going into the stores as they go up pretty well here at the 1600. Tanya joins the line now. So we've got 7 to move in over there. Cooley about to come along with High Vol. Also Himalayan, west of Swindon, Talinga's Indy Rose and Jet Smash. So on VOP, Jet Smash 420, Himalayan 550. Cooley hasn't budged at the 650 mark, and Rising Star 750 into 7. Cooley goes in. West of Swindon about to load up. There's 2 favourites successful in Melbourne today. Now Talinga's Indy Rose, the bolter takes its allotted stall. High Vol drawn next door. Jet Smash about to take its Awkward Alley, and also Himalayan. Last 2 to get set. Another exempt race for the Mahogany Series final. All of the series races about to kick off. It's that time of year over the next month or 2, culminating in the series final meeting at Flemington, early part of July. Himalayan forwards, and to complete the line is Jet Smash. The favourite goes in. 3-year-olds ready. Second half, it's Open Brothers. Away they go. Bonasforza from the inside jumped away well with High Vol, and also Hot Sand from the deep west of Swindon is trying to sweep across as well, and Jet Smash is also forging up. 4 or 5 of them across the course, and they were followed by Talinga's Indy Rose, a Gap Rising Star, Tanya, and then came Himalayan. Cooley is wide, drifting back to 3rd last. Gold Topaz and 4 for the back is Zazel. West of Swindon, Jet Smash together, 1,000 metres to go. 2 for the back in the field is Hot Sand getting the trail. 3rd outside of High Vol, 1.25 Tanya, 3 wide around Talinga's Indy Rose and Bonasforza. 1.5 Rising Star, 2 lengths Himalayan, and then came Gold Topaz, a gap to Cooley and a Zazel last. West of Swindon at halfway, led by about a half length to Jet Smash. The speed's been good till now. About 1.5 Hot Sand and High Vol. 1.25 away out deep at Tanya. Then came Bonasforza. Talinga's Indy Rose just losing a little bit of ground there. Passing it is Rising Star as Talinga's Indy Rose regresses. Himalayan passes it. Then Gold Topaz, and towards the back is Cooley and Azazel. So it's Jet Smash keeping it up to west of Swindon on the point of the quarter of the 350. Hot Sand out of the slipstream. High Vol has been asked for an effort between horses, and they were followed by Tanya. It's Jet Smash, 200 metres to go in front of Hot Sand, High Vol, Tanya, then Gold Topaz and Rising Star behind them. Jet Smash approaching the 100 metres, trying to stave off Tanya. High Vol and Himalayan late. Jet Smash, High Vol and Tanya lifting on the inside.
12.
High Vol, Tanya, then Himalayan from Jet Smash and Gold Topaz. Next to finish in the race was Hot Sand and Rising Star from Azazel. Then came Bonasforza, west of Swindon, Talinga's Indy Rose, and a gap to Cooley, a bad last.
Photos all round. It's Maddie Hill calling Tanya prominent, and if she's won, it is a massive effort because she was wide without cover throughout in a busy speed. Oh, looks like she might get there. She may not get there by the look, so it's the inside is going to get it. So High Vol at a price has held off a luckless Tanya. 3 wide without cover throughout. I think the third, it looks as though prominent for third is going to be the heavily supported Himalayan. It might have cost itself by wanting to lay in the home straight, given how close she's gotten on the line.
Or knocked it up.
Has got third, so plenty to follow up in terms of the winner and the third place getters there at Caulfield. But time to get a market for the third at Morpheville, and we'll bring you those place getters at Caulfield as soon as we get them. This is the David Colt Stakes over the 1,200 metres, Port Arlington. The 3 is your favourite here, in from the $4.
4 and 12, I think. 4, 12, and then probably 2. But 4, which was the 60 drop in class, which was here. And 12. 4. We'll go to the next. One and 13 has been scratched. 6, 7, 8, 4. So I don't know whether that'll work. 63, 464, 2. So the 6 is the favorite. Okay, the 6 is again like the 2. Everything is good. Huge leverage, but on negative side. Does it match? Well, that's where the problem is. Okay, that's where the problem is. It's a good match. It's a fantastic match, but that is also like that. It is not doing well. There is, it probably is not doing well. The form line is not great. So that's one side. This is the other side. That's one way of looking at it. The second thing is, so one thing which is constant, which has been happening, is this, that uh, the drop-in classes are getting through. The 4 is not a drop-in class. It is chasing. Now, in that case, the 9 is the 9 and this one, they're the lowest. Okay, this is a 54. This is a 54. This is also getting into trouble. That happens to be the linear, and this is a neutral. Both are in trouble. A 54 delivering as a neutral is not a thing. This 54 is also getting into trouble because of that. So that probably is also not a thing. Where it might click is probably it is going to be something that we need to figure out. So this is a higher one, will not go. Question is, the lower fix is here. It's 4.5 too heavy. Then it is here 6, 7. So this, but before that we need a low pressure. So that will be here, which is a low. And then this. But where does it climb? Here, 57. Love it. This will be probably on the 4th. So that probably is on the 4th. This will not knock. 2 and a high pressure. Which one? 57, this is 57. On the 4th. 2 is 1, 3, 9 is on the 10. 2 read up low pressure. Yes. 57 will go neutral. That is okay. So the 6 is the favorite. That is like that. Okay. It will get into a position. Now the 4, last time I spoke about the 4 and the 5 both, but the 5 did not get through and the 4 went through. A drop in class. Okay. So that went through. Then came the 12 from the effect. Okay. So that's that part of the story. So if we are looking at that, then 4 is in the top. So 4 is a low pressure. It's a 1400 meter. That's gate number 10. Okay. Here it was not the same thing. It was from gate number 5. So that puts it into trouble. The 5 is already in trouble. The 9 is good, but it cannot deliver a neutral probably as a 54. That cannot do that. And then we have 3, which is a drop in class. Chasing much higher with that. So that probably is in the 4th position or something. The 6 is like that. So if the 6 wins, the 6 wins. Okay. But that's like that. What I think probably is this, that $59. So if that 14 gets through, which is a possibility, it's a 1400 meter, because there's nothing else that I can find out. 6 is difficult. 5 is a low pressure, maybe. 5 is a high pressure, and that's a maybe. But the question is how, this thing, the 2 is going to react. So if the 2 reacts, then what will happen? The 2 is here, and this one is a 54, which is from gate number 3, and this is a 59. So yeah, I think it is 4. I think it is 4, and it will probably drop on 11. That's what I think. That's what I think. This is a larger drift. So basically, up till this race, we had zero understanding. I thought the 5 maybe, because it was a low pressure, but no, this low pressure actually went through with a drop. The 4 knocked it out. So basically, quality is an issue today, and that is a lot of expectation from that horse which is here doing that. It's a good match, but that's also the thing, it doesn't have the form line. Winning is very difficult. 4 is a low pressure, same situation as this one, okay, but here it changes from a drop to a challenge, okay. So that's that, and it's a quant. So now the thing is whether that will work. So this one is in the 4th. Now I am trying to this one, probably the 3 is in the 4th. With that high fix, it probably is in the 4th. So if that's in the 4th, we need the 2nd and the 3rd. Well, ideally it should increase. Ideally it should increase. It cannot go like that. So if that's that, the 5 is Lavat, the 9 is a neutral, which is a 54, has a pressure, but with 54 delivering neutral is a difficult task. The 6 automatically gets into trouble. Then the 7 is a good horse with a thing which probably is in a winning position. That's that, the 7. It's a 56. Their drop, this one is again getting into trouble. I don't know if those things can actually happen, okay. So point is this, that though we have a drop in class and we know where it is getting fixed, and that's that one part of the story. The other part of the story is they're going negative, and I still do not have a clue how to negotiate with this. I do not know. I just know that when it is going negative through the resistance, it's a difficult task to win. It's a difficult task to win, which also means that they are very good horses, okay. If they are like that through the resistance, which also means that they are very good horses. That's why they are getting into negative. The challenge increases so much that it becomes Lavat. So if that's that, then 4 is somebody who doesn't have any challenge. Okay, that's the EW anyway. But the question is whether that'll work. This 9, which is not going to be, it's probably not going to be this. So if that's the first, that's the 4th. Where is the 2nd and the 3rd? This 3rd probably is this one. And the 2nd is this one. Because of that. Let's play this. This can deliver as a neutral. The 10 can deliver as a neutral. It's a 57. That can happen. That's a 10. In that case, both are going to be low pressure. We'll see how that works. I think, I mean, through the data, it is 4. Okay. Through the data, it is 4. 6 is difficult to win. But if 6 is there, then we also have the 2, which is here. Okay. The 2. So that's that. And if all that is true, then the game is here or here. This cannot win. Then it is probably here on the 7. 7 has more chances to win. So 7 is 6.5 to then 6. Obviously, we'll go here 10. And then it is here. The third. And the 2. 7 probably. Let's see. Through the data, it is 4. Okay. Through the data, it is 4. Because that's more or less how things are. I mean, the 2000 meter will not reflect anything. Here it started working. This is the same arrangement. So probably that's the 4. But that's a 1.5. This is a 1. This is a 2. Okay. So the question is whether this one or this one or this one, which one will win? So this is the lowest drop in class. This is also the lowest drop in class. This is going into negative. This and this is a 56. This is negative. This is 3. This is a 54 as a neutral. Will not work. Generally, that doesn't work. And then we have these 2 horses here. Apart from this, the 12, which is on gate number 8, which is actually not doing well. So this is a very high fix, which is difficult to deliver also. So it all boils down to 7 somehow. If that's 1.5, this is 1. Okay, this is a higher challenge. They are same 56. Okay, they are 56. This is a little more expectation than this. This is a little lower number than this. And it is good here also. 6, we know that it is going into trouble. 4 is a low pressure. Through the data, it is 4. But I think for a 1400 meter, you'll need a little pressure on this horse. So this is here probably. This is not happening. This is 0.5, which is lower than this, but it is getting into negative from gate number 13. That's that. This is a 59, which is a very strong contender, but there's a huge fix on this, so that probably is not it. Here it is 1. Then we have a 0.5 here, which is a 54 running as a neutral, which is a difficult task. Then it is here. So chances are here, then probably here. If in between nothing happens. Himalayan third. 12. Himalayan third. This is a 1.5 here. This is a 1. lower fix, but effect is also low. The effect has to be higher. The effect has to be higher with a lower fix. The effect has to be higher with a lower fix. That's the point. That's why it is 4. A lower fix, higher effect. That's what the result has shown so far in Randwick when I tested. I did not do a live with this at Randwick of Flemington, but we need to do that. We need to get a very strong idea of what's going on. So these two are drop-in class. Can they do? Yes, they can do, but I mean, the 10 can actually knock it out as a neutral. The 10 can actually knock it out as a neutral. That can happen. The 7, okay, there's a 57 getting to 5. That's 1. All those things will come. If that 7 gets in, the 5 opens up, that's a 57. It will be there in some form, but before that, there is going to be a drop, a low pressure. So that's where the 4 comes in, and 11 probably is in the 4. This one, 3. It's very high, so we'll see how that works. I think it is 7. I think it is 7. We'll see how that 2 reacts. We still haven't got those horses. I mean, the problem is, so what exactly are we dealing with since last Wednesday? Since last Wednesday, we had just one horse which was extremely good. Other than that, we did not find any horses like that. So what is happening is when the fix is on the larger side, on the fix is on the larger side, or it goes to a very lower side, that's where the problem begins. Okay, that's where the problem begins. If it is a drip, I mean, if it is not a drop and it is something like challenging with a very high fix, which essentially is ensuring that, you know, the weight which it is carrying, that's only the horse weight which is being given here. Okay, that's only what the horse is carrying. Now the jockey and the saddle weight is exactly the same. All right, if the horse is carrying 57.5, the jockey and the horse is also the jockey and the saddle is also 57.5. That's the thing. Now, where the fix is when they are saying it's a drop-in class, okay, or they're challenging, and the jockey weight is not adding up to 57 or 60, that's where that fix is coming in. Okay, so what they're trying to fix is, I mean, here this jock which is green, so we always spoke about this, that the green jocks are the jocks which are overweight. Okay, they are overweight, and these are the jocks who are lower weight. That's what we kind of figured out. Okay, but now when we look at the maths, so when it is like that you have a very high fix. So what is happening is, if this is 60 and the jock weight is overweight, then they're dropping that. Okay, so this fix could be positive or a negative. This fix can go both ways, but the difference is 6.5. So if this gentleman, who we always spoke is like a heavyweight, he is overweight. So what is the overweight? That is the overweight. That's probably what I think it is. Okay, so that is the fix which is being which is being done. So when there is a higher fix and the jock is like that, that's what we need to see, how things go. So far they are not coming in. Okay, the 4 is reasonable, which is okay, but I think, and the lower ones are also in trouble. Okay, the lower ones are also in trouble. 12 6 8, 12 6 8, raise 4. Okay. Twelve, 6, 8. And we were talking 12, 6, 8. Come on. 12. So that 54. 54. Neutral. 12, 6, 8. Anyway, so that did not, we missed that race. Race 4. 12. We missed it. I'm sorry. Five, 6, 10. Scratched. 7, 8, 9, 4. That's it. That 3 will get there. That 3 will get there. Okay. Probably. That's the highest. 7 is 9, 59. 59. 8-year-old building. I don't know what that will do. Then 60, 65. Here, this is a higher fix. This is a lower fix. This is a drop in class. So 8. 8. And in that case comes this one. 11. 7 is in between. 8 will not work. That's a higher fix. This is a good one. This is a lower one. Very active. 8. 7. 60. 65. If you get the picture, you get the picture. So what happened is this, that the 4 actually got through the effect, but it was gate number 10. So that's that part of the story. 6 did not win. 12 won from here. That 59-2 did not do anything. Because of the higher fix, it will not do anything. This one was in trouble. The 12 knocked it out. So here, if we do the same math, this is a higher fix. It will probably not work. This is a drop in class huge. That is a that thing goes both ways. This thing goes both ways. This may work, may not work. But 8 is the right odd. 8 probably is there. 7 will have the issue, but 7 might win in this case. But the 3 probably is there. PC, welcome back, PC. 16 Gosford. 7 wins. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I couldn't. I mean, I did not realize the races were over. Dows, welcome back, Dows. Not yet, Jimmy. I kind of, I'm trying to pinpoint this, but I'm just trying to pinpoint this exactly step by step. But like I said, this thing has so many layers that it's very difficult to actually work when there's so many layers. It is very difficult to work with so many layers. I don't know. The 3. The 12 knocks out. If that 7-year-old mare knocks out the the thing, then it is going to be very bad. That's a huge drop, no fix. This is a lower drop with reasonable fix. It is up here, then it is here. The rest, everything is higher. And then this one is a 6-year-old gilding from gate number 11. Probably, I don't know what it'll do. So Come on. They will come in. So 12. That did not work. 12 or 15, 6.5. This has been trying to not here. 0.5. 6. Can you believe that? I mean, half a kilogram, 500 grams of weight here and there makes a huge difference. 500, forget 500 grams. I think even 100 grams makes a lot of difference. 500 grams is a lot of weight we're talking about. I think even 100 grams makes a lot of difference here and there. Let's go. Where I Gosford. I don't have the feed for Gosford, PC. I've lost all the feed for New South Wales. Today it's just watching how my black bookers go. Not many bets. Playing the big group ones. 15 morph. This man at Morph looks like Leonardo DiCaprio. The jock is hungry today. Possible. 11 is also possible. Eleven is also possible, gate.
Shorter break of 77 days. And with those two trials, you'd imagine he would be up to the mark. A lot of his better runs have been on dry ground. Not as though this is absolutely bottomless, but it's just a query as to whether he's as effective in this sort of conditions.
5 and 6 are out. Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman look for a race-to-race double with 7 Oceania Dream. Change of countries and 13 months between runs was not an issue when having the better of first chorus here.
Yeah, surprise winner at $26, and it was a really encouraging run from a number of factors, like the way he did it. He was first up by 400 days, and in his 3-year-old campaign in New Zealand, he was stretched out to a New Zealand derby. So I think 1600 is sort of well down on his preferred trip, but he was good enough to beat a handy field, and there's been some winning form to come out of that race as well. The challenge today is much shorter in price. That doesn't affect him, but it affects the punters. And he's a month between runs. Is he going to be as sharp staying at 1600 metres, or with that run, is he now going to be looking for further? I think that is a little challenge. He's a terrific chance. He's a promising horse. I just thought he was short enough.
8 MacDane returns. One on a soft 7 here over 1800 metres on PB Lawrence Day, and then was runner-up to Zambardo over 2000 on the middle day of the October Carnival.
He tends to come to hand quite quickly, so I wouldn't be concerned about him being fresh. His fresh record's good. His record at this trip is good. He's run well here at Caulfield previously as well, and he likes to sting out of the track. So I think there's a few things in his favour. He's also been prepared with a nice jump-out trial win at Moe recently, where he was really urged along in the concluding stages, which I think sets him up for a nice effort here. He gets right down in the weights with the claim for Molly Burke. I think he's one of the key chances.
Molly Burke was aboard for that Moe jump out as well. 9 is Nation's Call, who is your on-top selection. Make the case.
I think he's a great hope here. It was an encouraging run first up at an unsuitable distance, and I think he improves with the sting out of the track. I think a mile is his preferred trip, and I think from that wide gate, there's an opportunity for Logan Bates to be more aggressive today, either lead or sit outside the leader. And if he finds that type of position, he's going to take some running down. So I thought he was a good bet at the price.
10 is Scratching. 11 Dragoon was in a speedy affair, the final event, Mornington Cup Day first up.
He was run off his legs at 1200 metres, but he was sort of encouraging late, which is a good sign to him now getting to the 1600. He could be better even again next start, maybe going to 2000 metres, but this should be more to his liking.
Winners here and at Ararat already today for Nick Ryan. He brings 2 chances to this race at both ends of the weight scale. 12 Bell, so were impressed in that run at Mornington.
Yeah, she was good. First run back for the team, was formerly with Nick, then spent one run with Anthony and Sam Freeman, but back at Flemington now. And the format of that race has been enhanced to a degree, with C4 going to Bendigo and winning. She maps to get a nice run here, just in behind them on the inside. She's proven on sort of rain-affected going, so she's not a bad each-way chance.
Angry Skies beat Sabin, Ocean Beyond and Ambassadorial in this race last year. Certainly third and fourth horse have kicked on in 12 months since. Ocean Beyond winning well during the carnival at the Bull. We reiterated that you're keen on Nation's Call here, BT. What are the biggest dangers in your view?
I've backed two horses in this race, Nation's Call, and also had something small on Macdane. I like them to beat the favourite, Oceana Dream. I've got no real knock on Oceana Dream. I just think 235 is a little too short. So I'm hoping both Nation's Call and Macdane can press forward, settle in the first sort of 2 or 3 chances, and I think they'll run really good races here at this distance with some speed.
All right, let's take a look at the market here for race number 5 at Caulfield, and it is Oceana Dream, which is a short price favourite. In from the $3.90, you're getting $2.40 currently, best backed in the race as well. The Macdane's been a big market mover, $9 into $4.20. You know the stable have them fit, ready to go first up. Nation's Call there on the third line of betting, seeing good support as well. $9.50 into $7. Narbold, $10 to $9.50. Another market mover is the 2 Far Flung. From barrier 2 will go for $21 into $13, and Belle Savoir, there's been a little bit of sharp money for it at $16. But Oceana Dream, a short price favourite here in race number 5. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Corey Smith joins us, and the face and the brains behind Griffiths Racing, Cooper Smith. Hello, Cooper. Have you been on TV before?
Yeah, when Legacy.
Okay. Now, Dad. Second up, wet ground, a mile. There's a lot of ticks for Nation's Call. What else can you tell our viewers?
I think we must be due tonight with Ray Magneria being scratched. I think the boss is due a good one. So, no, everything seems to align. We should get a good run in transit. He's actually in great form at home, so we just hope that equates to a good run.
Is this something that you'd had sort of penciled in at the beginning of the program to try and get his second up?
Well, yes, we thought as long as we got his third up record's probably better than his second up record, but he's tracking quite well. We thought his first up run was really good, so we think he's a good winning chance, yeah.
Good luck, and nice to meet you, Cooper. Bye.
Some happy connections pre-race. Let's hopefully they're as happy post-race with number 9, Nation's Call, who's I think it's a terrific hope here at $7. Favourite though is very firm, Oceana Dream at $2.35. Good win, first run in Australia for Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman. Looking to stay at this track and trip, month between runs. Only a lightly raced horse who has a 3-year-old was tested in a New Zealand derby, so there's some strength there in what he's produced so far. And he still looks like we haven't got to the ceiling of him just yet. But Macdane, good, well supported also here first up. Resuming for Mick Kent, gets a nice claim with Molly Burke in the saddle. Maps to get a nice run close to the speed. So punters seem to be drawn towards the top 3 in betting, with the most popular being the 7 in Oceana Dream. A minute out here from the start of race number 5 as we head to our race caller, Matt Hill.
Fantastic BZ, race number 5 for iPrint, Oceana Dream, second run in the Land of Oz. You're getting value pari-mutual at the moment with Macdane at $4.40. Thought Nation's Call would be hard to toss. It's got the 54.5 kilos. Good second up form, good wet track form as well. Now Dragoon goes in. Boulders forward with Angry Skies. Oceana Dream is the next one forwards. So Macdane, Nation's Call, the final 2 here for this, the 5th event. You're building a kitty for the quaddy legs. So Highlight's about to trot up to the line. Highlights last start second behind Wonder Boy, making that much needed claim. Plotted initially 62 kilos. Macdane taking the centre rally. 2 to move up. Highlights goes in. And Nation's Call is the final one. They go 1600. Set down. Ready to run. Racing, far flung from barrier number 2, stood there and missed the kick a couple of lengths, and Narbold is drifting out in the red jacket. Highlights began well. Is going to cross Dragoon, Macdane, Oceana Dream is forcing up 2, and then Belle Savoir 5th on the fence. Nation's Call in the orange deeper. 2 further back is Angry Skies, and then came Far Flung and Narbold at the end of the field on top of the hill at the 1200. Highlights from Oceana Dream, and Nation's Call is 3/4 of a length away and posted for the time being. They're a length and a quarter in front of Dragoon, and then Belle Savoie funneling tempo up front, and Nation's Call is going to press on with it. MacDane is centre field deeper, a gap in the field then to Narbold, who's with cover 3 deep around Angry Skies and Far Flung as they shuffle up. 900 to go to the side. Nation's Call outside of Highlights a neck away. They're a length and 3/4 Oceana Dream, who's getting a lovely sit behind those horses. 2 for the back is Dragoon, and then MacDane deeper from Belle Savoie. Angry Skies between horses. A length away to Narbold and Far Flung at the 600 metres with the advantage of the rails. Highlights just led from Nation's Call before the corner. A length and a quarter Oceana Dream. Again, left the slipstream 3 deep, forcing Dragoon 4 deep. Ask for an effort, Belle Savoie behind them as they dial it up around the turn. Angry Skies needs an out, and then MacDane. It's Nation's Call and Highlights 250 out. Then Oceana Dream, who's flat-footed. Belle Savoie and Angry Skies, still Nation's Call with 150 metres to go. Oceana Dream's lifting with Angry Skies. They're right across the track. MacDane under the arches, and Narbold is also sprinting through hard. It's a big go.
8. BC, boom!
The Angry Skies are Oceana Dream from Nation's Call. They get Belle Savoie. Further back in the field then was Far Flung, Dragoon and Highlights.
MacDane sails down the outside, and it's been a good place to be at Caulfield today, away from that inside section, and gets the result over Narbold, who was prominent, threatened like he might get there, but under Molly Burke, MacDane was able to get his head down and beat Narbold. It was like the favourite Oceana Dream's going to run third there, so 8, 4 and 7. Nation's Call prominent for fourth with Far Flung. But MacDane out in the better part of the track. He was well supported.
847. $847. It's a good horse, but that's what the scene is. 8 was the right one. 8 was higher. 8, but it's actually knocked out. 58. 847. We'll go to the next. Two 513 all scratched. One 11 15 10. Yeah, so that one is the favorite. It fits all the bill, but that's how it looks like, and it's kind of losing the grip here also. And then everybody is all that. This one is a 56 bucks. Well, it's like this. The 8. That's the 9. Okay. The 1 is in trouble already. Here we have those drops which are here, and the low, I mean, this is the lowest drop which is up here, but that's a very high fix on that. So that's a little problem. I mean, ideally it is landing on this guy. So this is very far, but it's a 1,000 meter. So 1,000 meter does not require I mean, 1,000 meter is not a problem with the gates. So that's where but still it's pretty wide. 32 on a 56. This one is 16 is a 9. 8, 20, 34. 60.54, 1, 30, 34, 30. Probably 10. Let's see how that works. Again, here the 9 is exactly in the same position as the 8. The 9. Okay. Here it was 2.5. Here it increases to 3, which is a drop with 1. Here it was a drop with 4. So that's where the 9 comes in. So the 9 is that part of the story. 1 is it fits all the bills. That's exactly how it should work. But whether it'll win, because with that comes that. I think 10 has an upper hand. We'll see how that works. I'll be back from the washroom in a jiffy. I'm back.
Mark 84, but I'm just mindful that he might not be as sharp as some of the other runners in this race at 1,000 metres.
3 Port Albert earned a crack at the Country Discovery on Good Friday via those 2 Cranbourne wins.
And it was a day where you wanted to be closer to the inside, and he drew wide. I think it was a very forgivable run. He's been back to the jump outs, jumped out particularly well. Stable is flying, churning out winners at big prices. He doesn't mind wet ground. He gets that here this afternoon. And drawing out deep, I don't think it's a disadvantage now as it may have been when acceptances were taken on Wednesday. So he could be a surprise player.
From Anthony to Ed Cummings goes the 4 Tri-State. Last start and place getter at Starlight at Rosehill.
Yeah, he's a quality horse that is also coming off a long break, looking at 525 days between runs. Trial form in Victoria has been encouraging, but just given that time between runs, he could be one that just continues to improve his racing.
Bo Mertens goes aboard the 6 Perilous Fighter.
The query for him is 7 goes on soft ground for only the 1 placing, and the majority of his starts and best performances have been on much firmer surfaces than what he races on here. So horses, that's one of the biggest drag down in horses' form is finding their right track condition, and I don't think he gets that here this afternoon.
7 LOU kicking off over 1,000 metres is an interesting piece of placement.
He looks nice and bouncy, which is what you'd hope to see for him fresh at this distance range, and his career indicates he probably wants 12, maybe even 1,400, but the way that he's jumped out on a couple of occasions at Flemington this time around says he's in good order. He loves this thing out of the track. I've got him second pick. I think he runs well.
Another one who's had a stable change is the 8 Good Luck to Me. He was picked up for 11,000 in an English online sale in February.
I couldn't find any recent sort of trials or jump outs publicly for this horse, so tough to know where he's at. A lot of his form has been over further. He's not known as a 1,000-metre sprinter, and given it's his first run for the new team, drawn down towards the inside, I think the market's right in having better chances than him.
It's a tone control bid for the first time. Note his raw and his sales documentation. His former stablemate is the 9 Piastri, looking like he was getting back to something like what we saw from him as a 3-year-old.
He loves Caulfield. I think the wide draws are awesome for him, and he loves wet ground. So there should be some pressure in this race, and if he's to win, he'll be picking them up in the concluding stages. He doesn't have early dash, 1,000 metres at the lower end of his distance range, but he'll let the speed unfold and watch for him to be working to the line late.
10 is Call to Glory, who's first up.
It's my top selection in this race. He's had a couple of very sharp jump outs. He flies on rain-affected tracks. I like that they've targeted this 1,000-metre contest because he's just an out-and-out 1,000-metre specialist. So I think he'll fly along from the wide draw. He'll be in the middle of the track when he turns for home, and he's going to give them something to catch, that's for sure.
Term well-deserved victory is well worn in sport and racing, but it was exactly that for the 11 along the river over the fence here.
Incredible how consistent he had been sort of prior to that without winning in some races that may be a touch softer than the opposition that he lines up against here, but he's just always sort of hitting the same mark. A lot of the key ingredients, though, of his consistent form has been dry ground. This is the first time he's faced a wet track for quite some time, and my read on his form is that he appreciates a firm surface.
11 to 8 VOP for the 12 Shining Smile. The 3-year-old having a second go against the older gallopers.
I thought it was a little underwhelming last start, and just seems to be a classic case of an early 2-year-old that hasn't exactly grown up. Like physically, he hasn't sort of gone on with it, and I think that's sort of half holding him back. He had some serious form around Tentaris, beat Tentaris early on. You know, their careers have sort of headed in different directions. He's obviously still having a crack, but yeah, I think he's going to need an improved showing if he's going to win.
14 Bazaball rewarded. The Mornington Marble, she makes her return here.
She's very speedy. She's an out-and-out 1,000-metre specialist. She had a terrific record at Mornington, picking off wins last campaign from maiden grade right through to a benchmark 62 and had 5 victories from 6 starts. So Kelvin Southey has really done a good job sort of looking after her and putting her in the right races. He's finally sort of ripping off the Band-Aid and putting her into something a little stronger. So this will be a good test for her.
3-year-old Presence is doubled in the form of the 15 Cannyworth, and the Brian Houston claim doubles the weight advantage after the placing to a long man.
A little bit slow out of the gates last start, which just put him in an awkward position in the race that was won by Along the River. Worked to the line well. We have seen him show speed previously, so if he can get the start right, he could be in a better position than he was last start.
Top 2 exempt from the Santa Ana Lane final in early July at Flemington. BZ, you think Call to Glory to make a winning return for Tom Dabenig and Flying
I
Star?
don't think he's the best horse in this race, but I think he's the best placed. He's a 1,000-metre specialist. He likes wet ground. He's well weighted. He can show speed. I think he can be at the front of the field in this contest, and he might be hard to run down. There's a couple of handy gallopers in behind him. I think LOU's a good chance. Bustling's obviously got a lot of quality, but the horse that I back is the 10 in Call to Glory.
Well, here we go. It's been a long wait for those that have wanted to see Bustling back at the races. Last seen in a run to the Rose in 2024. And here he is, the $4.60 favourite at Caulfield, race number 6. He is well backed. There's been sharp money for him early in the week as well, but just pushing him back out to $4.60 now, got as short as $4. The 11 Along the River back in the winner's circle last start. Smart money for it, $6.50 to $5.50. Call to Glory is probably your leader, $7.50 to $6.50. Cannyworth loves the wet, $6.50. Shining Smile, $8.50. Talk about loving the wet. That's exactly what LOU loves, running in these sort of conditions, and it has been $8.50 out to $11. But yep, Bustling, your $4.50 favourite here, race number 6 at Caulfield. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
3 minutes out here from the start of race number 6, the Tour de Horse Sprint, and one of the more intriguing runners that is competing here this afternoon is Bustling. We do have a gear adjustment here with one of the runners, so we might just have a slight delay, but we're going to hear from Michael Kent Jr. shortly regarding Bustling, who's returning off a break of 602 days, which is an absence that is not an easy thing to overcome, but what he does have is a lot of qualities and a couple of nice jump outs leading into this. He's prepped up very well. Punters are saying that he's a terrific hope here. $5 into $4.60. Nigel's just making his way over to chat to Mick, and Mick's alongside him now.
Michael Kent Jr. joins us. Family hopeful of a race-to-race double in some respects after Mac Dane saluted in the previous. Bustling makes his Victorian debut. Michael, thanks for your time. For those unaware, can you sort of give us an understanding of the variety of minor issues that have seen him not have a start since September 2024?
Yeah, there's been nothing major, but every time we've sort of tight the screws, wheels falling off. The main thing was his feet, which was 680 yard. His feet are in amazing order, as good as you can see any horse's feet. So big thanks to our farrier Ganesh, done a wonderful job there. And he looks particularly well. He's really grown into a magnificent horse, but he's quite showy, so he'll definitely take the run.
What of a soft track for him?
Yeah, not great. Just want to mark there. He didn't like the way he felt in the first jump out on a soft track, and he was much better on a good track in his trial. So Mark's going to keep him on the bridle for as long as he can and balanced. And we draw a nice gate instead of just staying straight line instead of coming off the fence. But yeah, no expectation for the fact that long time off kind of tracking. Don't really like with a big weight, but it'd be the one we have to have and see how he runs and pulls up, obviously.
Benching the negatives and knowing it's the return to racing, from what you've seen at home when the circumstances have been right for him to show that customary acceleration, do you feel like you've got the same commodity you got your hands on in the first place?
Yeah, I think it's the best we've ever had him. He's had a faultless preparation. It's 100% sound. He's moving correctly, but we're about to find out. There's no test like race day pressure, so yeah, everything's great. Please have me back. So fingers crossed all goes well.
Long journey with a lot of people involved. Hopefully you can live up to it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Some great information there from Michael Kent Jr. suggesting there are some reservations regarding the track and just whether this is going to be the right conditions for him. But there's only one way to find out. Let's go to Matt Hill for the call of race number 6.
Fascinating, isn't it, BC? Looking forward to seeing Bustling, and punters have been cautious, fair to say. 420 out to 5, back into 460 and then back out to 480. With Call to Glory along the river, Cannyworth all on the next line. Cannyworth with some weight favours here. Along the river, very consistent. Call to Glory, who was very speedy and first up. In place 2 from 3 first up. LOU is in the gates. Here's Bustling about to join them. Group performer, seen for a while. Currently 480 with books 460 to tote. Port Albert in, Shining Smile waits its turn. Tri-State also on return comes along. Bazaball rewarded. Mornington Hope about to come forward. 1,000 metres for the first leg of the quaddie. Now Bazaball rewarded. He's going to be the last one to the outside. Field is set. Favourite. Bustling jumped well with Along the River. And Bazaball rewarded towards the outside, and Call to Glory is also sitting up. So as they settle, Call to Glory led, Bazaball rewarded, then Along the River, Cannyworth, Bustling further back, Piastri from Port Albert, LOU beyond centre field, Perilous Fighter, Tri-State, Good Luck to Me and Shining Smile is last. Call to Glory the leader, 600 metres to go, 3/4 of a length, Bazaball rewarded. A length and a quarter, Cannyworth the fence, Bustling the centre along the river wider. 2 lengths, Piastri, LOU, Port Albert, Perilous Fighter. Good Luck to Me, well back in the field, then Tri-State and Shining Smile as they come up the middle. Call to Glory the leader, 300 metres to go from Bazaball rewarded. Cannyworth over on the far side. Bustling asked for an effort. Then Along the River at LOU. Bazaball rewarded, took the front. Cannyworth the inside, followed by Bustling. Bazaball rewarded, led by a length. It's a real little try.
14-11.
Then LOU Tri-State Perilous Fighter. Next in the field, Along the River, Piastri, Port Albert, Shining Smile, and a gap 2. Good Luck to Me.
Unlike the namesake, Bazball, Baz our ball actually gets plenty of results and gets a victory at Caulfield today at a nice price for those that stuck with the speedy galloper. Kelvin Southey with a Metropolitan victory ahead of Cannyworth. Bustling and okay return. He's going to take plenty of benefit from that run, and Call to Glory in 4th. 14, 15,
Gate.
1 and 10 as we get a market update with Matt Nevitt for the coming stakes.
Yeah, over the 1,600 metres, Aaron
No scratching. 5-3-4-10. So 5 is the favorite. Okay. 5 is the favorite. And it is okay. It's a lower drop. This is a higher drop. That's the drift. It's the other one, which is 7-1. Will not work. 10. And 7. See, man. 5-10, I think. 5-10. Here it is. That 6 is on 5 is the favorite. It is okay. 5 stands. The question is how that 9 is going to get placed. For that 9, that 10 is something that needs to come. So I think it is 5-10-2. This will be on that. It will drop here. 5-10. 5-10-2. 9 data rank. 5-10. 9. 5. Probably 5. You win. And 5. This is 2. 5. 6. 10. 51. Let's see how that works. Gate.
Heading to Queensland and capturing Group 1 Stradbroke. Second in the race was Jimmy the Bear, and Jimmy's back.
First up off a break of 90 days, you'd assume there are horses that are further forward in their preparation than what he is, but he is a quality horse. He loves Caulfield. A little cut in the ground is ideal for him. He's had a couple of nice trials leading into this, but my read on Jimmy is that he would be better suited with 1, maybe 2 runs, and when he gets to a mile, a race like the Winter Championship seems right in his wheelhouse.
To his Marble Arch, he resumed with a placing on Anzac Day. Has seen a soft track once and yielded a placing.
It's an encouraging run, first up off a long break of 224 days, settling off the speed and working to the line well. She was no match for the winner in Big Swinger, but Connections would have been pleased with her return from that. She stays at 1,400 metres here. You touched on the fact that she's only been on a wet track once, so I think it's a little inconclusive in this grade as to how she's going to handle it. She also may be better when she gets to 1,400 metres, but she's certainly come back in great order.
3 is Green Flyer, who we know a little bit more of when it comes to wet surfaces.
He loves it. He is a horse that needs wet ground to show his best, and he gets the favourable conditions today. I think this is his preferred distance, around that sort of 1,400 to 1,600 metre range. The negative or the query with Green Fly is what he does out of the barriers, because he just has no tactical speed at all, which often puts him in awkward positions and he needs things to fall his way. But if the brakes do open up for him, there should be good pace in this race with the likes of El Rocco, Brave One, potentially even Cap 39. He's going to be the one that's going to be charging at them late.
4 is El Rocco, who saw a lot of red ink during the week as he was scratched from a couple of potential targets at Warrnambool.
Yeah, when the heavens were opening up earlier in the week, it looked as though punters were thinking, it's going to be El Rocco time, it's going to be El Rocco time. But Tuesday, Thursday, scratch, save for this. Still wet enough for El Rocco today. He's building into his campaign. He's had 3 runs now, over a mile last start. He was a little underwhelming, but maybe he just needed that run in that fast race that was won by El Duco. That should top him off nicely here. Jamie Mott back in the saddle, I think that's a key ingredient. He should roll forward, he'll be one of the leaders, and he'll give you a good side.
5, Brave One, Gate One. Last time he did win was leading all the way at Newcastle. He could probably get a sit in behind El Rocco.
I think that would be the desired option, and as the field sort of slides away from the inside, he'd be just looking to come off that fence. But his run first up in the Hallmark Stakes was better than what it looks. And he finished last, but he drew wide and he sat deep. I don't think that was the right recipe that day, and he was beaten by some pretty handy horses in Marzu and King's Secret and Private Eye. Look, he's coming back to a more suitable target here. He's also well weighted with only 55.5 kilos. I think he's a big improver of what you saw from him first up.
6, Coast Watch has his 3rd run for Reece Goodwin. He's on the backup from last Saturday's Golden Mile.
I think he's a horse that Reece would be trying to do everything he can to turn around his form. He has been below his best for quite some runs, even with his previous training partnership when he was trained up in New South Wales. So he's at the crossroads of his career. He probably needs to do a little more than what we've seen so far.
7, Cartoon Graveyard. The second word probably applies to what happened on Anzac Day.
Yeah, Jake Noonan from an inside draw, he didn't really have too many options because he didn't have the speed to kick up and lead, and when he was in behind them, he was travelling.
Lewis,
well,
welcome back, Lewis.
He just never got an option to build momentum.
I'm sorry, I have a very bad throat today. Can't speak
really
much.
all the way to the line. So finds a surface that he likes. Forgivable run. Didn't burn the engine out there last start. He can improve here for sure.
Molly Burke rides the 8, Windstorm.
He doesn't consistently run well, but he has the ability to peak in this type of grade. And $21 down to 19, drawn out in the middle of the track. I think that'll be ideal for him. If he wins, he'll be settling off the pace and launching in the concluding stages. He's not the most consistent horse, but Caulfield 1,400 metres has been a happy hunting ground previously.
9, Give Me Space, looking for a bit more good fortune.
He's one of the horses that's in the market that I still thought was a touch under the odds. I did think there were better chances than him. yeah, he was caught deep last start, didn't get things go his way from that wide draw, but maybe he's going to be suited now from barrier 9, just swinging into the middle part of the track. But I still thought there were better chances today.
10 Kappa 39 victorious.
Not exactly,
Anzac
PC.
Day. He's a smidge of that price.
I had
Group and Nick Ryan double.
a weird kind of an iced tea.
Celebrations. In
My
the
wife
out
got
here
me
if,
some
Kappa
iced tea.
39 can win.
Yeah, I've been drinking
Same
that.
Similar Connections had high vol earlier today, and I'd assume there's going to be some.
And the weather is also changing here in India, so
Kappa 39 last start and a fast run race at Flemington. His advantage today, although he's coming through inferior races, is that he drops down to the featherweight of 50 kilos. He can put himself near the lead, and he has raced well on soft ground in the past. So it's a good recipe for him to run well, and the market's identified that with him at 550.
Evergreen Turf Handicap, 1,440 metre contest. As mentioned, we had a Group 1 winner come out of it last year. Not sure if there's anything of that calibre, but some pretty well exposed types, and several of them who like it well.
Yeah, this is a really good contest. I've lent the way of Green Fly over Cap 39 and Brave 1, but I don't have a lot separating them, and even make a strong case for El Rocco. This is a really good race. I think Green Fly will give them a start. He'll be settling back in the field, and he'll be looking to pick them apart in the final 600 metres as he really warms up in the gear. He's a bit like a freight train. You know, it takes a little bit of time to warm up, but once he hits his peak speed, he can really charge at the finish. And you know, in a couple of runs up in New South Wales of late, Musselbrook last start, he ran out of room. Start before at Canberra, he was miles off them and managed to mow them down in a good 1,400 metre listed race. So I think this is well within his grasp, and he finds conditions to suit. Cap is so honest, he'll run well. Brave 1, the market's against him, but maybe that's slightly because of the inside draw, but I still think he's set up well to run a big race here. I'm 3 to beat 10, 5 and 4. This is a wide leg of the quad.
Yeah, the conditions certainly aren't going to worry a number of these, and that's why there's so many chances, I suppose, in this sports bet market. Brave 1 is your favourite. Ran last start, but had a few things against, and that was a strong race. It was a Group 3, $3.90 out to $4.60 drawn barrier 1. Kappa 39 turned the corner last start. He was excellent. 3 wide on speed, got it done. $6 to $5.50. Give me space at $6.50. The sharp money came across the last couple of days for El Rocco once it was clear we were going to be on a soft track. $18 into $7. Green Fly is another one that loves these conditions, $8. And Marble Arch was a real black booker first up as well, $9. Cartoon Graveyard, the Tasmanian, is not without a chance either. This is a really good race, race 7 on the program. Brave 1, a little bit easy, but he is your favourite, $4.60. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, pull the number on the screen on the website.
6 minutes out here from the start of race number 7, where our easing favourite is number 5 in Brave 1, who comes down from New South Wales for the Hawks stable. Was competitive in a strong race, fresh up over 1,200, but does look well placed here. And the punters are thinking there's some horses that may be able to turn the tables on him. John McArdle's had the option of running El Rocco at Warrnambool on 2 occasions earlier this week. He scratched on Tuesday, he scratched on Thursday, and here he is turning up on Saturday.
The ball and back for John McArdle and El Rocco. You got the trip to catch up with a few old friends and foes. What was the reasoning for no El Rocco, though?
63 kilos. Open handicap, 63 kilos. On very testing ground, comes here with 58 and a benchmark 100. So, yeah, it was just a big weight. We sort of couldn't get our head around him running with that. So we decided to leave him home. Even though I'm from Warrnambool, I forgot how far away it was, and using a bloody long drive Tuesday, so probably wasn't overly keen to go back Thursday.
Especially with the GST of once you get to Melbourne, you've still got to get to Mornington too.
Very true, very true. But no, it's we probably would have liked it a bit wetter here, and probably would have liked it to be a mile. But he seems fresh enough, so he'll jump, he'll roll forward. If he's good enough, then he'll be in the finish.
Comfortable, at least on paper, with the presence of other speed in the race or other go-forward horses?
Yeah, look, Jamie knows him, and he doesn't have to lead. If they're going too hard, he'll take a sit on them. It's just he'll get on his bike before the turn, and he is coming back from the mile, so even though he's the size of a house, he should have the miles in his legs, so he'll get on his bike before the turn and try and pinch a break and see what happens from there.
Thanks, John. All the best.
Cheers, thank you.
Still 4 minutes out here from race number 7, second leg of the quaddie on this 9-race program. Here at Caulfield this afternoon, and the first leg of the quaddie was taken out by Bazaball Rewarded for Kelvin Southey. A nice performance from a speedy man who Gets away from Mornington for the first time in a number of runs and was good enough to win at a strong level. Kennyworth was second, and Bustling, who was first up off a long break of around 600 days, was good enough to run third, with Call to Glory finishing fourth. But first look at the quaddie goes the way of number 14, Bazaball, rewarded at a nice price if you included it at $14. Here the punters aren't really settling on one particular runner. It's a intriguing contest, value everywhere if you can sort of land the winner. And John McArdle, well, yeah, taking El Rocco all the way down to Warrnambool to look for a run, but you can sort of understand coming back thinking this race is probably worth 2 or 3 times the prize money, and he might even be better suited here.
Yeah, as he said, the 63 was a reason enough not to head down. For those who might be joining our coverage for the first time today, BZ, through the first 6 races, we haven't had any rain throughout the meeting, so the track's sort of holding its composition as a 7, and it seems to have raced in quite fair fashion.
It has, and it's not as though it's been hard inside. They've been getting off towards the middle. Horses forward of midfield have probably been suited. That's not total surprise, but you have been able to make ground. Haven't really made those big, long searching runs from the 800 and sort of get right to the outside. You need to be in a pouncing position, but a lot of the key chances in this race probably look to do that. The one that may be settling quite far back in the field is Green Fly, but if El Rocco puts the foot to the floor and Kappa 39 makes it a genuine 1400 metre test, if they're sort of looking for the white flag with 50 metres to go, that's where Green Fly is really going to be surging late. It's a fine line that his riders need to sort of balance in, letting him relax and find his feet, but not getting too far away from the action. And horses who do have those settling positions back in the field have a often low percentage chance of winning, but Green Fly given a good chance given the wet track, because he absolutely loves it.
Bazaball rewarded the Mornington Flyers victory in the Tour de Horse Sprints, the story of the day, but the best performances, it suggests, have come out of the first 2 races. Natural Fling living up to everything we've seen in the jump outs and her price tag with her win on debut, and then Samur really bouncing in his second Australian start for Lindsay Park, getting out to 2,000 metres.
And Calvin McAvoy post-race immediately saying $1 million race for 2-year-olds on the Gold Coast is the expected target for Natural Fling, and on the back of that, it's going to take a good performance to sort of unseat her from being one of the leading chances. And the feedback from Harry Coffey was, yeah, she got through the soft track in race 1 here today, but they feel she'll be more effective when she gets on top of the ground, and I think that's justified given the acceleration she'd shown at her jump outs. Just another impressive juvenile performance from the progeny of Home Affairs.
They flying. Give Me Space is the one getting some support. 7 into 550. Brave One's gone the other way, 380 out to 480 on the VOP, and El Rocco the other 6 to 750.
Yeah, there's so many different angles you can take in this race. It's only really Jimmy the Bear and Coastwatch that are sort of the real outsiders in this event. Even Windstorms had support at a bigger price, the only to $18. So you'd assume the leader would come from the likes of El Rocco, Brave One, and maybe Kappa 39, but even a horse like Cartoon Graveyard with Froggy Newitt in the saddle might be looking to try and be proactive as well. Let's see how it unfolds. Here's Matt Hill for race number 7.
So we head to the fast class races, if you like, the benchmark 100s, and Brave One's an interesting horse, switching stakes here. Kappa 39's the horse in form. Jimmy the Bear goes forwards. They're just about right over there with Coastwatch joining them. Marble Arch and Give Me Space are going to be the final 2. Coastwatch, Bo Mertens on the back up from Bendigo last week. Give Me Space, Craig Williams comes along, and to complete it is Marble Arch with Logan Bates. Marble Arch joins them, set to go. The Evergreen 2. Cartoon Graveyard, fidgety. Set and away they go. Green Fly out the back early with Jimmy the Bear. El Rocco began quickly with also Kappa 39 and Cartoon Graveyard. Brave One just behind them with Coastwatch, and they're 2 lengths. Marble Arch, Give Me Space, then Windstorm. Green Fly is second last, and at the back of the field is Jimmy the Bear. El Rocco forging up on the outside to lead Kappa 39. They were followed by Coast Watch nice and close, and their 2 lengths Cartoon Graveyard. 3/4 of a length away to Brave One, who's fifth the fence. 2 further back in the field, Marble Arch, Give Me Space, then Jimmy the Bear, Windstorm, and last of all is Green Fly. So they reach the 800 marker. It's El Rocco in front, 3/4 of a length. Coast Watch is second and even speed. Kappa 39 is third. Cartoon Graveyard is fourth, and they're 2 lengths to Brave One, Marble Arch, Give Me Space, and then Jimmy the Bear. Green Fly as well back in the field, approaching the corner, and Windstorm back with those. So the leader is El Rocco. 450 metres to go and kick before the corner. 2 lengths Coast Watch asks for an effort. Cartoon Graveyard under the Persuader, and then Kappa 39. Brave One, Give Me Space as the leader had them really chasing El Rocco. 250 metres to go. 3 lengths Coast Watch, Kappa 39. Cartoon Graveyard, Give Me Space, and Brave One the outside. It's El Rocco starting to paddle. 100 metres to go. It's getting tired. Brave One's eating into the margin. El Rocco from Brave One. El Rocco, Brave One. They hit Brave One.
5-4.
Brave One has got El Rocco. It's
5-4-9.
El Rocco over the line. Then Give Me Space. And next in the field, Cartoon Graveyard, Windstorm, and Marble Arch. Further back, Green Fly. Next to finish, Jimmy the Bear. Coast Watch at the end of the field as we stand by.
Brave One will get there. So well done to the favourite punters over the tiring El Rocco. He looked home, the gun wet tracker, but Brave One was too good. Got out to that better part of the track and has just got over the top of him the last 50 metres for Jai McNeil and Team Hawks. Beats El Rocco. Got a photo. It looks as though Marble Arch is going to be prominent with the 9 there in that photo for third. But no doubt about the winner. It was Brave One for Jai McNeil and Team Hawks. As we go to Matty Nevitt for a market with Sportsbet for the Sportsbet Proud Miss Stakes in Adelaide.
Yeah, this for the mares, and Aviatrix, she's an absolute bomb, fresh. She's looked to trial really well ahead of her return here. 480 into 340, around half of the overall hold as well. So
This time, this thing did not get into the stress model. So, but that 7-year-old gilding actually is good. Two and 11 has been scratched. 1, 6, 8, and 7. We have to have a way to figure out whether it is negative or positive. Right now we have that difference, but we don't know whether it is negative or positive. I think the odds are right, but it's just we. low pressure, 2000 meter. This is stress. This will X, right. This 10 is there in some equation. The 10 is there, but this one and this one. So this is where it will collide. Okay. So this is a overweight jockey, where probably this is getting deducted, and here is a lower weight jockey. This is probably where it is getting added. We'll see how that works. I think the odds are right. It should be 1-6, 1-7. I think it is. The odds are right. Eight is question. 6 is 57. And before it does that, it has to talk to 10. So if 10 is a high pressure, that's a low, higher. 57. If it gets here, it gets here and then drops on here. This probably is a difficult proposition because of him. This is something that we've been doing a lot of guesswork on this, because that's a overweight jockey. I think that is getting deducted. That's that. And this is a lower weight jockey. I mean, they're professionals, but that's where it stands. It's a 7-year-old gelding. 54. So 57 to 4.5, 2.5. And the ones which are here, the 52 and 58, which is both are in tricky situations. So we'll see that one, probably one. It's a 2000 meter. It has always been a very tricky part. But having said that, this track does not, I mean, Caulfield generally doesn't offer 40%. It's about 30% on the odds. So chances are, if we look at the horse, it's probably the right odds. But if this horse gets in, it'll be the 4th horse as a favorite, which generally doesn't happen here at Caulfield. Three and didn't go to the second and third. Yeah. Yeah, this was the first time it did not get into a negative, which was okay. And I mean, a linear not getting into negative is good. That's a good one. The 56. What happened here is, I think that's a deduction. I think that is a deduction. And this is probably an increase. That's a deduction. That's an increase. That's what I think. We'll have to get the plus minus on this in the right figure. On top of that, the problem is Zahara is going to be riding this. Zahara is in a disastrous situation. Zahara is something is not right with Zahara. Zahara is doing everything wrong. Zahara is doing everything wrong. So if that's Zahara and that is God knows what that is. That Zahara is not in a great state, right? Just to he's doing everything wrong. That 10 is there in some kind of a permutation combination. I think 10 is there. It's not getting into negative. It is not getting into negative, but it has a stress. That's that. Let's see how that works. Pride of Jenny is Gosford. I don't have that feed. Dows. I don't have that feed. Pride of Jenny, I would love to watch it, but I don't have that feed. Gosford. Which Gold Coast. I don't think even I don't even have that also. The problem is Zahara is in a disastrous situation. Zahara is in a disastrous situation. Boom. PC1 EW Gosford. PC is on fire. PC is on fire today. That's huge, PC.
Dry track, but his last two soft track runs, both here at Caulfield and Flemington, you have to go back through his form, are actually quite encouraging. I don't think this horse has been going any better. He was narrowly beaten here in the Easter Cup and had not a lot of luck behind Ambassadorial, and then he was super again in the Mornington Cup. If he can get through the conditions, he's well weighted here with 54 kilos. He's my top selection. I think he'd be hard to beat.
9 Virtuous Circle is first up for almost 10 months.
It'd be just about the best trained performance we've seen all day from Liam Howley. If you can get Virtuous Circle to win fresh up off such a break, he's trialled well leading into this, but he's a genuine stayer, and I think he'll continue to improve with racing.
10 Black Run won a couple of races here over the Caulfield Cup distance in the latter part of the spring.
Forgivable run first up in Sydney, and I think he's the big improver here on a couple of factors. He gets down in the weights, he can go forward in the race with not a lot of sort of predetermined speed, and he loves this thing out of the track. So there's a lot of things in his favour today. I can see why the market's respecting him. I've got him high up in my thoughts.
12 Go Daddy is third up, returns to the scene of its first up run in the Victoria Gold Cup.
We haven't seen the best of him in Australia just yet. This is an imported horse that he's still very lightly raced. He's only had the one win from 17. He did bring some solid overseas form to Australia when he joined the Kieran Mars stable. So I think at some stage when they work out how to get the best out of him, we're going to see a lot more than what he's produced at this point in time. And maybe, just maybe, with that little bit of time between runs, getting onto a softer track, he could be the big improver here at a price.
13 Antrim Coast is kept to the 2000.
His 3 runs this preparation have been a little underwhelming, and that's not unfamiliar with stayers from the Patrick Payne stable. They can sort of, he races them into fitness, and it seems as though that's been the method here with this galloper, but I do think the market's about right. It'd be a massive shock if he could win here.
14 Howland Rain is second up, fresh, ran on to be beaten 3 lengths to Wonderboy.
It was a good run first up from a horse who I think's best distance range is 2,000. And last campaign when Cindy Alderson sort of stepped him up from a mile to 2,000, he led throughout and bolted in to win the Moe Cup. Now, this race is stronger than the opposition that he faced at Moe, but what I can take out of that is lightweight, drawn deep. I think they'll be a much more positive here. We've seen that from him and have used it with success previously, so he could be a lot more proactive.
Immediacy, Midnight Blue and Milford in the last 3 editions here at Caulfield. When this race was at Hillside in 2023, over 1,800 metres, Globe won it by 4 lengths. He was announcing himself. He secured his group run of this track and trip in the spring in the Might and Power. These are your numbers for our second last.
I'm respecting the favourite Land Legend, but I'm going against him with 2 horses here that are nicely weighted after the claim for their respective apprentices. One of them is Pounding and the other is Black Run. Pounding expected to settle off the pace, and I'm expecting Black Run to be somewhere near the lead. I think they're the horses that look really attractively weighted to beat the favourite in Land Legend, who might just have enough class to beat this field, but I think he's sort of rock bottom odds now at $3.
Oh, well, the Sportsbet market says Land Legend is the one to beat. Now, he's one of the ones that the Sharps have been playing, and he was a real eye-catcher last start, wasn't he? But he's got to carry the big weight here. 320 at the top of betting. Immediacy back to 2,000 metres, probably better suited. Pounding's absolutely flying, but does he handle these soft conditions? That's the question mark. $6 there as well. $7 for the 10 Black Run, who's the best back runner in the race. The 7 Plymouth's going well as well at $7.50. Etna Rosso, $15. And there's been some sharp money for both the 14 and the 12, Howland Rain and Go Daddy. But Land Legend, your favourite here, race 8 at Caulfield. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Race number 8 is the Lamaros after the last handicap. Great establishment. that is frequented by many racing folk in South Melbourne. And, good supporter of the Melbourne Racing Club here at Caulfield. But Land Legend is your favourite at $3.10. Looking to get a win that we haven't seen from him for quite some time. Clearly a horse that has been tested in a lot stronger races here this afternoon. But punters are expecting that it might be this afternoon today that we see the best of Land Legend, who has just joined the Kieran Maher stable this campaign.
Getting
previously
tailed.
being with Chris Waller last time in. So we're going to hear from the Kieran Maher stable shortly. And no doubt they'll be pretty happy after just seeing Pride of Jenny take out the Hollandale Stakes up at the Gold Coast, leading throughout to beat Birdman, who launched in the concluding stages and just fell short with He's a Hustler third. But here is Jack Turnbull now having a chat with Nigel.
Jack Turnbull brandishing a big smile as everybody attached to the Maher stable will be after the Hollandale success of Pride of Jenny. We can park chat about this race first, Jack. It's like watching your favourite movie.
It is, yeah. It's amazing, to be honest. Just very lucky to be a part of her career, and for Tony to allow her to be in work and keep racing, because I'm sure a lot of people would have dropped off her after her last start, and many would have put her in the paddock and just prepped up for spring. But here we are winning another Group 2.
Pride of Jenny won.
Yeah, 3 runners here, Land Legend at the head of them, and it's a kick-off point in many respects for Smokey.
It is, yeah. Smokey's just warming up. He'll have a nice winter preparation and campaign down here in Victoria. Go Daddy has been tricky. He's been spinning around at the barriers prior to today. He's been good so far, so fingers crossed.
Nonk.
But I'd say after today he'll be better for a mile and a half. And Land Legend's the class horse. He looks like he's improving, especially off his last start. And the idea is to be winning or running well today to then head to Queensland.
Caulfield and Sock Ground's a really good crossover for what he showed when under Chris Waller's care.
The problem is everything is.
I mean, if you can wind back the clock, we know he's
I don't know. Firstly, Zahara is in a very weird state. He's not delivering.
If he steps average, we could be in a pretty.
And secondly, it is on a very high fixed
rate. Try
rate.
and emulate what Jake did last week or fortnight ago, and just bide your time. So fingers crossed he steps. And
that 10 is probably there in some kind of an arrangement.
Good luck. Thank
but
you.
Out here from the start of race number 8 at Caulfield, where your favourite is Land Legend. I'm going with Pounding here. He's racing really well, unlucky in the Easter Cup. Good run at Mornington, narrowly beaten there of the 2,400 metres. And I like the attractive weight swing that he gets now down to 54.5 kilos. I'm hoping that's enough to turn the tables or beat the horse who has quality like Land Legend. Here's Matt Hill for the call.
Famous starting point, the 2,000 metres. They continue to load away. Now Go Daddy to come up riderless here. Go Daddy forward, Virtuous Circle in with also Emily Posman's ride Pounding.
Probably.
So Pounding goes in. Plymouth to join them. And Smoke and Romans will be the final one. Plenty of form coming out of the Easter Cup and the Mornington Cup in this. Land Legend the favourites. Good run at headquarters last start. Smoke and Romans will complete it. Pounding stands next door to Plymouth. Both fought out the Mornington Cup last time. Go Daddy's rocking and rolling. Braden Star fidgety and close. Smoke and Romans goes in. Field set. Race 8 of the 2,000 metres, and they're away. And Black Run out past the centre broke well, with also Pounding, Braden Star behind them with Plymouth. And from Coast in 5th. Land Legends about 6th at this stage, importantly. Howland Rain whips up around those. Then Immediacy, Go Daddy, Virtuous Circle, Edna Rosso, and 2 lengths Smoke and Romans. 15.50 out. Black Run not being hustled, but goes to the lead from Pounding second with Plymouth and Howland Rain. About a length and a half. Land Legend also in about 5th position, a little wide, looking to slot in outside of Braden Star. And then came Immediacy and Anne from Coast from Go Daddy, Edna Rosso, Virtuous Circle, and last Smoke Smokin' Romans. Top of the hill, 12.50 out. Black Run the leader by a length, Howland Rain. 2 lengths pounding inside of Plymouth. 2 lengths Braden Star. They were followed by Land Legend. A length to Antrim Coast, 8 off the lead. A length for Mediacy, 2.5 Go Daddy Edna Rosso. 3 lengths Virtuous Circle. And Smokin' Romans at the end of the field. Off the back, it's Black Run trying to control it. Howland Rain up on the steel fractionally. 3/4 of a length away, second at halfway. 2 for the back is Plymouth getting a lovely run. So too pounding fourth the fence, and then 2 lengths Land Legend, Braden Star. Further back is Immediacy and Antrim Coast. A length and a quarter Go Daddy Edna Rosso from Virtuous Circle. Last Smokin' Romans, 700 out. The leader Black Run from Howland Rain. 2 for the back is Plymouth, and then came pounding. Land Legend hooks out, and then Braden Star. A couple of Immediacy, Antrim Coast. Passed by Go Daddy, and also on the inside Edna Rosso from Virtuous Circle, and Smokin' Romans becomes detached. Howland Rain, Black Run together at the 400 approaching the turn. Plymouth is about 3/4 off those coming into it, pounding behind them. Under pressure, Land Legend, Braden Star, and further back Immediacy. Howland Rain, Black Run with Plymouth, 3 across the track, and they were followed by Braden Star, pounding. Land Legend not getting there. Plymouth and Howland Rain, who keeps boxing on. Plymouth takes the front, then Braden Star pounding. It's Plymouth in the shadows, 50 metres to go. Plymouth with the 59.
7:14.
Then pounding Black Run Immediacy, Virtuous Circle, Go Daddy, a gap Land Legend, Edna Rosso, Smokin' Romans, and one of the last to complete, if not the last, Antrim Coast.
7:14,
Plymouth
5
for the
and 8.
Brothers Hayes, the Lindsay Park team takes out the 8th at Caulfield. He was a little bit too strong for Howland Rain over the concluding stages. Jamie Multy brought up the Century earlier today. He makes it 101 with a double, taking out the penultimate race aboard Plymouth.
This guy 7 actually went through. There's something not right with him. There's something not right with 7:14, 5 and 8. 7:14. Five and 8. This one was difficult, but there's something not right with Zahara. He's been behaving very weirdly of late. I don't know why he's doing all that, but that's that. He's a little out of. He's a little out of God knows what. And it started with Tentaris. The day Tentaris lost, we had a figure on Zahara, and it was not looking right. I was kind of worried that day. But anyway, that's that. Something is not right with him. 11, 16, 17, all scratched. 10, 2, 15, and 9. So this is that famous recipe of Victoria, all male, same sex, same age. It never worked. It never worked. So the 10 is the favorite for some good reason. It's a good horse. That's true. Those things will not happen in this state. I won't get into it. But 10 is getting into negative. I don't know if that will be possible. All these horses have gotten into negative. This anyway is a kind of a tricky race, because every time we've raced this one, it generally doesn't work, because it works on a low pressure from an inner gate. Plus now it is negative. Inner gate is this. This is not a low pressure. Maybe this is the one which will, maybe 9. So that has to work. 9. The closest one is 7. This is a drop. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, probably 9, maybe. I don't know. I'm not going to get into it. Jimmy, thank you so much, bro. I'm so sorry I can't talk, bro. My throat is in a very bad state. Have a good night. 15 morph. Yeah, 50. Who's on the ball? PC is mad. What does it like? Morph. Shutting. Yeah, it's 4, 16, 3, and 14. Yeah, it's oh boy. Now is 15. That's what I think. Does I'm kind of, this one, it's best not to get into this because this one is a all male, same sex, same age. You know how that thing ends up. And on top of that, you know, I'm kind of not feeling right. So there's something not right with me today. So I'm kind of, I've passed on this. I'm not getting into it. That 9 is the only one which is not there within it. And then anything can happen. The 15, you see, that's what I think. How will that work? I don't know. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Ten is my Blanco-Grana, but I don't think we'll win here. Gardner, it's a 56. Not doing well, losing weight. How will that work? And yeah, this thing can happen from the down also. So 54, 60, 4.5, 59, 2. That's very wide. I checked on that. That's very wide. And this one is also a 6-year-old mare from gate number 15. This from gate number 6. And that 5. If that 5 knocks out, then the 5 knocks out. God knows what will happen there. Not confident on the 15. 4 ready to win. Yes. This track is very treacherous. This Caulfield track. One, it is a triangle shape. This triangle shaped tracks are very weird. And on top of that, it is soft 7 today. And on a Saturday, they have 9 races, which means they did not get right horses. So they're
by the Sportsbet fixed odds exotics handicap. Fillies and Mares benchmark 78 over 1100 metres. Horse 1BZ is Royal Lass.
Her run was better than what it looks first up, and she's going around here at a massive price. She goes well on soft ground.
But Ballistier come out of that race. Your Two Vain was heavily supported and just missed the Bendigo or just fell short. So I think there's a fair bit of depth for that previous run. She's getting under the guard of a few punters here at big odds.
To Glasgow Lass finally makes her debut for Matt Laurie and Yulong.
Yeah, first up off a break of 413 days, coming across from WA. She had some really serious form as a 3-year-old filly. Her trials in Victoria have been extremely sharp. She looks very promising. It's just a case of, one, is 1,100 metres too short? Will she handle the sting out of the track, and how forward is she? So I think there's a couple of legitimate risks for her, given how sure she is in the market. She's a good hope, but I think there's better chances in this race.
One of them is Per Sempre, the 3 who resumed behind Trade Magnifique on the heath, picking up where she left off in the early part of the sprint.
She's my top selection. Wide draw's perfect. She loves wet ground. And that first up effort behind Trade Magnifique is a good reference for this. Anytime she gets a track with sting out, she runs well. And I think she is a massive price here each way odds.
John Maloney won the race 12 months ago with Here Comes the Star. He presents the 4. Bedtime Angel first up.
Yeah, Bedtime Angel comes into this run off the back of some impressive jump outs. She tends to fly fresh. Now, it's questionable whether she will like the... I have to say on the back of the way that she jumped out that she's in as good as order she's ever been.
Home Herbs Road, Here Comes the Star in it. Last year, he rides 5 Blue Hotel, who poked through to win on the home deck.
She needs everything to go her way, but as evidenced by last start, when it does, she can be quite effective. I do think this is a stronger race. She needs to sort of transfer her form from 1,000 to the 1,100 metres, and the way she hit the line there last start, she looks as though she's in good order.
6 Delicate Lady resumes as Jamie Mott tries to grab a treble on top of his 4 at the ball.
She's drawn down towards the inside, but she's got the speed to kick forward, and she's another that has excelled previously on wet ground. She's yet to miss the placings on a heavy track, and her soft track form's quite good. She's had a couple of nice jump outs to be prepared for this, and 1,100 metres is a great distance for her.
7 Run Like Encryption, 4 back. She ran pretty well here over 1,000 metres.
And she comes through the same race as Blue Hotel, and I think Caulfield would be a better track than Mornington. She's a get-back sort of run-on style, drawn towards the middle. She's just going to need the right opportunity at the right stage to build into the race. So I do think this is a stronger contest, but she's not without a hope.
8 Silent Chairs. It was an aborted summer after the run in the Vobis Gold Cup.
Yes, and maybe she was just looking for some tracks with a little bit more give in them, and she gets that here. Her latest jump out was impressive. I do feel she's a touch vulnerable first up at the 1,100 metres, but she looks like she's in for a really good campaign.
9 out to 12 for the Yulong Matt Laurie, stablemate of Glasgow Lass. We speak of the 9 Sunsetting.
Well, she comes through that same race behind Trey Magnifique, so Per Sempre brings that form. The inside gate is a little sticky because they are getting to the middle part of the track, but she's a potent mare that's got a really strong finish on her.
First one likely to get to the middle of the track is the Tassie Raider, the 10 Swift Force.
Interesting to see how she does measure up, because she has been exciting of late in her home state, and she's won 2 of her past 3 starts. A key sort of component of all of her wins through her career has been just bouncing to the lead and sort of burning her opposition away. Now, whether she can do the same thing here against this level of opposition is going to be questionable, but the Keys team don't bring them up to the mainland too often unless they think they can be competitive.
12 Tornell, another via the Trade Magnifique race, but this one was at Lakeside.
She will be powering to the line. I think the step up from the 1,000 to the 1,100 suits her. She's drawn out deep. You'd imagine Craig Williams will be looking to try and hit the outside fence once he gets into the home straight. She may be spotting some of her key rivals a bit of a head start, but watch for her to be making giant strides late.
Rudy Coleman stable looked for the cherry on top of the Goodwood Desert Lightning Cake with 13 punctuality.
She just didn't seem to run out the 1,200 metres last start. She loomed to win. She had everything go her way, but she just couldn't finish off the race. So I think the drop back in distance is ideal, but I would like to see her on a dry surface. I question whether she's can perform on a track as soft as this.
Stablemate 14 Legacy Bay finally makes her return after a couple of months off the scene.
I think she may be a touch underdone here coming into this. She looks like she's in for a nice preparation. She's jumped out well, but I do think her 2 stablemates in actuality and Persian Caviar may be a little bit further forward than her, especially at this distance. She'll be nicely placed, I think, 2nd or 3rd up when she gets to 1,400.
Speaking of, Linda Meach goes on the 15.
It was a good win last start. She's a daughter of Black Caviar that they've been very patient with, a 4-year-old mare that's only had 4 career starts. And she's got a lot of natural speed. It's the first time she's been on a track that's worse than a soft 5, but her mother liked it, so she could go on any surface. It didn't really bother her, but Persian Caviar, she had the option of going to Adelaide. Peter Moody's kept her here. Linda Meach in the saddle. I think she'll be forward in the run and should give you a good sign.
BZ, one of your value plays of the day, comes up in our final.
I think she's a great chance in Per Sempre. She loves wet ground. She's proven, competitive at metro level in mares grade previously, and in a race that I thought was extremely even, a horse like Swift Force is a short price favourite at $4 coming off some Tasmanian form. I'd much rather back something at a price. So I'm each way number 3 here, Per Sempre.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It is a very open race and a hard one to work out because you've got form lines coming from everywhere here, including Tasmania. So Swift Force is your favourite here with Sportsbet well backed as well. Sharp money for it, $9.50 to $4.50. There's been sharp support for the 14 as well. Legacy Bay, what about this? $19 into $6.50. The two Glasgow Lassies, a fascinating runner, former Western Australian, who steps out for the first time here on the east, $6 to $7. Persian Caviar, a nice winner last start. The horse, or one of the horses that beat Belmezian ran well last weekend, $15 to $8. And Per Sempre, BZ's on top selection is at $11. But an open way to finish the day at Caulfield, the 10. Swift Force, your favourite here, $4.80. You win some, you lose more for free. Confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
So runners behind the gates for our final contest for over 1,100 metres. BZ, late activity here.
It's been good money for my top selection at a price in Per Sempre, 17 down to 12. Favourite remains Swift Force, now at $4.60. But this is an extremely open race. Been good money for Legacy Bay from the Moody stable, and also now into $6.50. But I'm cheering the 3 each way. She's a good wet tracker. I think she's set up to run a nice race in this event. So we now go to Matt Hill for the call of the last.
Terrific, BC. It's an entertaining day of racing about to come to an end. This is a terrific race, and as you've outlined, finding Per Sempre 17 into 11, which was terrific the other day. There's some depth to this with Force from Tasmania starting the favourites. Now going in, Delegate Lady, a little bit of support, trimming up 20 into 17.
9 and 12.
Lady in the Blue Hotel. Tornell, second up today in the ODI Silks, joins them. What about 7 to get set over there? Story of the day, Bazaball rewarded. The Mornington Flyer winning again. Fling in the first was impressive as well. Next Saturday, we head to Flemington for the running of the Ramsden for a golden ticket into the great race, the Melbourne Cup. So looking forward to headquarters next week. Now Persian Caviar goes in. Per Sempre about to load. We await on Actuality. Also Bedtime Angel, Royal Lass.
It's a very confusing race because
sizable gates.
it's happening in Victoria, but I think the horses are from Tasmania.
Tote favourite Paramutual at $4.90.
That's what they spoke about.
With the
I don't know, I might have missed out on some
for the
stuff.
two.
And on top of that, this is all mares.
Now the start abounds the platform. Royal Lass is in, standing well. Last one will be Actuality. Actuality coming along. Goes in, completes it, field set.
Yeah.
Ready to run at the 1100. Wide racing. Silent Shares jumped away pretty well with Royal Lass, Swift Force, and speed towards the inside. Persian Caviar. Swift Force is going to lead Persian Caviar, Actuality, Royal Lass, then Tornell. Next in the field is Delegate Lady on the inside from Blue Hotel, and then came Glasgow Lass, Run Like an Encryption. Well back in the field, Silent Shares. Sunsetting's back there with Legacy Bay. Bedtime Angel, after showing a little bit of speed, is drifting back out deeper and 2 lengths Per Sempre. Swift Force the leader at the 500, 3/4 Actuality. 2 lengths Persian Caviar. Then Blue Hotel, Delegate Lady, Royal Lass, Glasgow Lass from Tornell. Run Like an Encryption. Sunsetting well back with Legacy Bay. Into the running Swift Force at the 300 metres. Cuddled in front, 2 lengths Actuality. Delegate Lady given a slap with the Persuader, and then Persian Caviar under pressure. Run Like an Encryption behind those, and then Sunsetting Swift Force. The Tassie filling with 150 metres to go, still clear. Swift Force in front has given nothing else a chance, and Swift Force won the last.
10, 13.
Run Like an Encryption. Sunsetting for fourth.
Favorite
for Sempre, Royal Lass, and then Legacy Bay, Persian
10,
Caviar
13,
and
7 and
Tornell.
9.
And behind those horses then was Glasgow Lass, followed by Bedtime Angel, Silent Shares and Blue Hotel.
10, 13, 7 and 9. 10, 13, 7 and 9. And that is it. 10, 13 from gate number 17. 7 and then 9. 10 got through. Anyway, that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We had 9 races today here at Caulfield. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to solve these puzzles. And I want to thank everybody who's been here today for the live stream from anywhere around the world. Thank you so much for being there. It means a lot. And thank you so much for being there. Dows, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jimmy, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dows, thank you so much for being there, my friend.